Alright, gang, we're back with this shit. Also, I figured out why sometimes it takes in the game in-game capture and sometimes it doesn't. It's because it can only take it on game capture if I'm starting it as administrator, which is the weirdest thing. That's what does it. But that's what does it. Will you look at that? At least I know, like, next time that happens, no, not that one, this one. Next time that happens, I already know how to fix it. It's just that. It's probably just that. Either that or just an issue of the game itself. Some games just don't work with that. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Wait, I need to get to the part on my... of my guide, of my walkthrough. Okay, so we have here left, and then 2 more scenes, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 items before the trend. So we're gonna be here for like a second. Well, let's just move on with our lives. That's what we're here for. Yes, a little random information about your van. Yeah.
이건가?
That information has already been shared to some extent. You think I was hiding something?
그럴지도.
You probably did. You continue after a brief pause.
나도
As for me, he investigated stuff about my university and accident.
혹시
If he investigated something about the university, was it about the scholarship?
그래.
Yes, and about the accident, you already know. That's horrible. He even discovered my uncle's phone number,
대체
but he wouldn't need that kind of information for the show. I thought he might have investigated it, but the information was too detailed. There's so much work put into this game and it's not good.
Huh?
You want to see your content? It was in the middle of the audition period.
그땐
The original preliminaries. The concert was scheduled before we joined the audition.
혹시
You never told us about having been to the festival. I heard about it for the first time today. Your face was hidden behind a shadow. As for me, they called the school's general affairs department.
어?
What would B-Star call your school?
그게
They asked the school to validate the facts regarding the scholarship. I guess the show wanted to turn that into a discussion topic as well. Dude.
역시
Even investigated Hazying's school assault scandal.
대체
When did he have the time?
어쨌든
It's pretty detailed. Because there's information about when and how it happened, plus the interviews with the parents and classmates. It covers the information about the entire incident. Nuke paused and licked his parched lips. Sung Young and Sel, they both knew about the stories. I just watched and didn't even give an explanation.
왜?
Why? Because it would have attracted more attention from the viewers when left as controversy?
아무래도
Only one person knows the answer at the moment.
그래.
Yes, and I wonder... Did he want it or did Beastars want it? Probably the second.
대체
I wonder how they got a hold of this.
그랬어.
They even hire background check agencies. Does it have something to do with a private investigator?
아,
So... He could frown and close his mouth. You could... What's wrong?
그게
I also found something strange in my report. They even did a paternity test to see if he was my real biological father.
어?
That's horrible.
몰랐어.
What's ironic is that I never gave them my consent for this. I wonder how this was possible. Okay, that's illegal. Just for the record, I don't know, like, I'll repeat this every time that something like this happens in this game. I don't know what the law is like in Korea, but That's patently illegal in most places. Like, you can't have like any kind of DNA testing without explicit consent of the person getting tasted. What the fuck, my dude? Like, there's so many crimes happening here. That just creeps me out the most. Yeah, because that's illegal.
대체
That wasn't called for.
그래.
I almost had a heart attack.
그러니까
You know, so when nuts, I thought something horrible was going to happen. The two of them calmed themselves down.
아니었어.
We didn't even see everything in the bag. We don't know what else remains in it. I hope there are no more surprises, but who knows?
있잖아.
Getting surprised or going nuts will only lead to accidents. We need to quiet our nerves before going there.
맞아.
I know. We all need to be careful. You too, Ian. Is your mind fast? No. There's a lot of stuff going on.
그건
The photo of you and Ina. You read the memo? You think Sale wrote it?
그게
I don't know what he's hand writing is like.
그럴지도.
It was a printed photo, so there was no metadata. Although the original copy could be in digital format. We need to see the original copy to be sure. I wonder who took it, what they took it with, and how.
그래.
Yeah,
그럼-
that should also tell us if the photo was taken by Sale. We won't know anything until then.
그런데
However, the fact that they were in Cell's bag, and Cell's sneaky behavior so far, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but I keep having my doubts.
그랬지.
He ran away after spilling the contents of his bag. He wasn't under so much pressure, but
솔직히
he knew he was in trouble.
그랬었는데
He insisted that everything was a coincidence and a misunderstanding, that he didn't feel things were fair.
그치만
But everything has been turned upside down after what just happened. No wonder his suspicions have grown out of control now. He can no longer make any excuses for his strange behavior. He could took a deep breath. Running away wasn't his only option, but he's the one who chose to run away.
어쨌든
He ran away from the suspicions and controversies surrounding him. In the end, he got himself in a jam. Oh my fucking god, they keep just giving me keywords. I'm just so tired. Because then I have to talk to the girls again about all of the other stuff just to get it out of the way. And I'm just like, why? Why would you do this? This
알고
game.
있었어.
They already knew a lot about Yu Young,
애매한데.
but I can't figure out when they started to investigate her though.
그런 거면
They knew everything, but they released them in pieces on purpose. Just like they produced a show by editing the video footage. It's like they edited and displayed a person's life. You know, that would be easier just in a regular, like... What's the word? God damn it, I can't think of the word in English. Reality TV, that was what I was looking for. Like, just make a normal reality TV just make Big Brother. Just make Big Brother great. Just make the Jersey Shore for Korea. It'll save you a lot of trouble. Yeah, you don't have the, oh, we can turn them into an idol thing at the end. But also, you could still turn whoever wins into an idol at the end without all of the thing and just make it full of drama. Like, it simplifies the process. This is too much to bear. I've seen too many things while buried in here. Even things that I didn't wish to see. Yeah, like the people you killed. I know it was you. I know it was you, Yuyuk. I know it was you.
아니었어.
At first, I thought it was a business card from my father's agency, but it wasn't. Drake Entertainment was Yu Young's agency when she was a member of Beloved. Why would they want to hear from the CEO of a company that already went bankrupt? Probably as an item for the show.
맞아.
Apparently. They could have asked Yu Young if they wanted to know about that period. I think that you will try to hide something. Still, this is wrong. Is it your final report event?
사실은 아직 말하지 않은 게 있어.
I think it's his fourth, so we still need one more. But I might be in a good position to get the last one.
세일이에 대해서?
No, Han, about himself, probably.
아니, 내 어머니에 대한 거야.
Okay, half a step right. He'll lower his eyes.
남들은 아무렇게나 이야기할 테니까
Uh-huh.
너한테는 내 입으로 말하고 싶어서.
Uh-huh.
이상하지? 이런 때
Well, Han, you killed two people. You're probably feeling a lot of regret.
난 언제든 상관없어. 형이 하고 싶은 얘기면.
그래.
Yeah, let me guess. She died a tragic death or killed herself, something like that. Did you smile weakly? Yeah, definitely tragic death. Maybe suicide.
내 어머니 있잖아.
Yes.
사실은
Yes, tragic death.
스스로 목숨을 끊으셨어.
What did I fucking say? This game is so fucking obvious.
인슐린 과다 투여로.
What? Okay, but like... Okay. That's... She's diabetic, though. Like, she's insulin dependent. Like, I'm not saying that it's impossible, because like part of the point of the insulin is like is to control your sugar levels, and you can't have a drop. What would we call a drop? Like, depending on the type of like diabetes that you, well, it's all diabetes type 1, which like type 2 isn't even like a real thing, to be fair. Like, all diabetes is genetic. Like, well, I'm not gonna get on the science of that. I could talk for like 2 hours about it. Point is, your sugar levels can fluctuate a lot to the point where like you will have... I'm starting to think that the writer for this game, one of them at least, has a grudge of some sort towards diabetic people. The thing is, it's weird to say insulin overdose, because technically an insulin overdose wouldn't kill you. It's not the insulin that kills you. Because what tends to happen when you put too much insulin in your body is that your sugar drops to a level, well, when you go into a coma. Like, it's like, instead of a sugar rush, it's a sugar drop, and it drops so far that you basically, yeah, you pass out. The thing is that if you have someone around, as long as they feed you something with easily digestible sugar, like even just normal white sugar on your mouth, like, you won't die. It's not actually, and you have to like have very high levels of insulin for your sugar to drop very, very low. And if you're diabetic, your sugar will naturally spike. Like, one of the reasons why they put insulin in you is to keep your sugar down, because a lot of sugar, the same way that very little sugar is bad, a lot of sugar is also very bad. So an insulin overdose is actually very difficult to actually get as a diabetic. It's more likely that you die from high sugar or from the sugar drop than you will die from the insulin itself. Like, I'm not even sure if you can die from an insulin overdose. Like, the insulin is not the thing that's gonna kill you if you overdose on insulin. You know what? I'm just gonna look for it, because, like, I say this because my mom is diabetic. Like, I live with a diabetic, and her mom was diabetic, and she had, like, her mom almost died from a sugar drop once. So, like, let's see, insulin overdose. Mild hypoglycemia. Like, can you die is the question. My question is, can you die from this shit? Let's see, what are the... Yeah, excess insulin in bloodstream. Let's see. Sweating and clamminess, chills, anxiety, lightheaded or dizziness, mild confusion, nervousness, shaking, irritability, rapid head fear, hunger, double vision or blur vision, tingling in the lips or around the mouth. Severe hypoglycemia, okay. Confusion, seizures, difficulty seeing clearly, and unconsciousness. Okay, so... But hypoglycemia... Yeah, hypoglycemia is when you, like, go into diabetic shock, which is basically when you have the sugar drop that I'm talking about. But, like... You have to have lower than 54 milligrams in body, which is not exactly easy when you're diabetic. Like... Like, she's... Like... Also, it's not a complete... Like, you're not gonna immediately die. Like, you have to be left alone without anyone taking care of you. Again, it's not exactly easy to die from an insulin overdose. I'm confused why this is the way that she killed herself instead of the classic just hanging. Like, hon, I'm sorry that your mom is dead, and I'm sorry that she killed herself, but there are so many easier ways to die than an insulin overdose. This is ridiculous. Like, I'm just losing it because, like, if you know anything about diabetes, it's not that easy. Like, most people get the hypoglycemia on accident because they inject themselves a little too much, or their sugar lowers more than they expected for whatever, like, I don't know, dietary changes that they make, so they have to rebalance their insulin. That's very common. But it usually, like, it takes a while for you to just pass out and die. And even then, you have to, like, stay in a seizure state, or like in that coma for like a while to die. You don't easily die from like an insulin overdose, and most of the time it's not even the overdose, it's just, again, is low sugar. Is that lack of sugar, like hypoglycemia, that kills you. It's not the insulin. The insulin is not actually like a thing that can kill you by itself. It's the effects of the insulin that kill you. So that's not even correct. I'm just... I feel like someone was doing research for this and just read that an insulin overdose was possible, and then they didn't think about the repercussions of what an insulin overdose is. They just assume that it's like overdosing on most drugs. You know? And I'm just... Why is it like this? Why am I stuck with this shit? Again? Again? God. Sorry, Hugh. I know that your mom died and that's very sad. I'm just confused about the specifics. You can sadly look at Hugh.
10년이 넘는 투병이었어.
Yeah, that's what happens with diabetes. You have it for like your life.
방치된 채 학대받으면서 버틴 시간이야.
Okay, well that was mostly your dad's fault.
마음에도 깊은 우울이 새겨진 건 알고 있었어.
Do you consider taking her to like a specialist so she could get medicated and maybe do therapy and get help?
그걸 난 어쩔 수 없다면서
I mean,
외면해 왔던 거야.
to be fair, you mentioned that your economic situation was very complicated, but if she was able to pay for her insulin, which I'm going to assume that the government covered because that's what they do in actual developed countries, then again, it's Korea. It's like one of the capitalist hellscapes, so I wouldn't know. But I assume they should. You could try to have gotten her like any kind of help. Like there should be social well, it's Korean, like Asia is not particularly good with mental health things. But there's probably like something you could have done.
마지막을 본 것도 나였어.
Well, that's traumatizing.
말라 빠진 몸, 흩어진 인슐린 주사들, 유서.
Scatter? What? Did she throw them around or something? Like, do they think that injecting insulin is like injecting like morphine or, you know, speed or any kind of like those kind of drugs? Is that what they think? Just like wither body? Like, do you leave and go, like she's not gonna wither in like a day, even if you left her for like a day. Hey, they're writing this.
그 내용은 지금까지도 기억해.
Also, this is not super comfortable for me because like we found out like yesterday, like okay, I know that I promised not to talk politics because this is my happy place, but the mother of like the wife of a guy who was kidnapped and tortured and killed during our dictatorship, who is like 74, was 74. Her and her family had been receiving like threatening letters for a while with, you know, with swastikas and shit, and she was found dead yesterday, clearly killed, a lot of blunt trauma, and there was a note for her son saying that next they were going to kill his children. So the current climate does not help me when I get the description of a guy finding the corpse of his mother, considering that's what happened in that situation. It's just, I don't know, I feel like the element of drama here is is underscored by the fact that this is a real thing that happens to people and it's much more horrifying. And like the writing here does nothing to make me feel the horror. It does nothing to make me feel anything. And then I have to think about the real people who suffer. So that counterpoint is not helping in any way whatsoever.
우린 서로 같은 생각을 하고 있었어. 자기 존재 때문에 상대가 불행해졌다는 생각.
I'm going to slap you.
단 한 번도 당신 탓을 한 적 없었는데.
I'm going to slap you.
곁에 계신 덕분에 계속 살아갈 힘을 낸 거였는데.
Yeah, and you could have told her that, you know, once in a while.
형,
You could have expressed your love for your mother. Just saying.
더 일찍 그걸 말했어야 했는데.
Yeah, exactly. Good job realizing that you fucked up on that account. Not on everything else, but on that account.
끝까지 날 오해하셨으면 어떡하지? 그런 생각이 마음을 짓눌렀어.
그런 오해는 하지 않으셨을 거라고 생각해.
Why you say that? Like about your like are you talking about your own mom or like why is the translation like that?
그랬기만을 바래.
Like, why are you trying to talk about your mom like that? And then, like, what's with that jump in the conversation? You could nod it quietly. Like, what the fuck?
모두가 외면하는 곳에서 우리 두 사람만 서로 기대며 살았는데 갑자기 길이 사라져버린 거야.
이겨내려고 베스타에 나온 거잖아. 아냐?
그런 거창한 생각까진. 다만 가슴 펴고 당당하게 살라고 하셨어. 난 그렇게 해보이고 싶었어.
Meryl Rogue, is that like... Is that like a pseudo randomizer? Like, not a literal randomizer, but like, does it have like that element of randomizing like the Pokemon you get at the beginning?
그래서 여기로 흘러든 거야. 이런 상황에 와버렸고.
이 상황이 우리 탓이야? 우리가 무대를 무너뜨린 것도 아니잖아. 지금 벌어지는 일들도 곧 끝날 거야.
Literally roguelike Pokemon game built entirely off of the Pokemon Emerald ROM. Okay, that's a very interesting concept. It terrifies me because a roguelike Pokemon is just... It just makes me think of like... those challenge runs where if your Pokemon dies, you... dies. It passes out, you can't use it again, but... There's a bunch of random Pokemon you can encounter for your starter, just happen upon a Scyther. There's every Pokemon from 9 generations, Evolution, Primal Forms, and Regional. That's impressive. You have to, like, make sprites for a bunch of those, so that's actually very impressive. You can slowly nodded.
그래. 얼마 남지 않았어. 의지하면서 여길 나가면 돼.
Okay.
그럼 다시 한번 시작할 수 있을 거야.
You can actually toggle if you want to auto-free Pokemon that faint. If that option is toggle off, you can just revive them with a reviver at the rest of with a Pokemon Center. Okay, that's slightly less painful, but like, again, it's just like you tell me roguelike and I'm like, oh no.
그럴 거야.
I say that as someone who likes roguelikes. It's just like, oh no. Pokemon and a roguelite? Oh no. Now I'm scared. I mean, I assume it sounds like something that it was put, like a lot of work was put into, and generally that kind of shit is good. And conceptually, like, people have been asking for shit like that for years. I'm not surprised that it's good. Obtaining documents about someone else's diagnosis is illegal.
그거 있잖아.
I don't understand why they would try to dig this far. Yeah, you know what's also illegal, Hugh? The fact that they did a paternity test for you without your consent. And we're not talking about that. Like, they literally did DNA testing on you without your consent. You realize that's also technically illegal, right? Again, not sure about the laws in Korea, but I'm pretty sure that's illegal in most places.
그치만
Like, it's an invasion of privacy. It's clear as that they never hesitated to use any means necessary. I said I would get on stage, but I never agreed to any of this. I'm sure none of the contestants did.
맞아.
When these activities get exposed, it will lead straight to a big scandal. Like you said, someone will have to take legal responsibility. Do you and that person is already... Right, she's gone. I mean, the rest of the company is not gone. The executives are not gone. And they gave her permission to do all of that. So technically, they're also in cahoots. So they're guilty for that as well. Still, this stuff won't go away. There's a bunch of quests and every Pokemon you encounter on your rounds. You can just catch in the Safari Zone after the fact. Being able to take 2 Pokemon from your own collection as you started each run. And if you catch an evolved Pokemon, like say an Azumarill, its Pre-Evolution base form will appear on the Safari Zone for you to catch. Oh, that simplifies a lot of the process.
그랬나?
If you also wanna, like, you know, complete a Pokédex and shit. That simplifies a lot. That will provide to the main staff members.
혹시
He's even carrying it.
아니야.
Not really. More importantly, why did he hide the tab if it was for work?
그거 있잖아.
From what I've heard, you can't make calls with it.
그럼
That's another reason why there was no need for him to hide it. He could have just told us that he had the tablet, but that he couldn't make calls with it. He kept silent about it, and it resulted in more doubts. And we want to know why. And I love it for you know, that's the main thing that always annoys me about Pokemon, like since the very beginning. The bad thing about Pokemon, well, there's a lot of complaints that people can have about Pokemon, but one of the worst things is that if you catch a Pokemon's evolution, it doesn't complete the Pokédex entry for its pre-evolution or base form or baby form, which I feel it should. Like, it should. It should do that.
솔직히
It also has an option that lets you see random encounters on the overworld, so you can evade them more easily or specifically go for whatever Pokemon you specifically want. Okay, that's also pretty choice. Like that's also pretty choice. It's totally different. He's sensitive, but he never exploded.
그랬었지.
He took off immediately, so I couldn't even talk to him.
막연해.
I don't think we were able to have a proper conversation. I don't think Cell was friendly to us from the beginning. From the beginning, is that how you felt? Of course, you know, it's an exception.
그런 것 같아.
I think he was cynical. It's like he was feeling frustrated when he was with us.
그러니까
Yes, he always felt like we didn't know anything.
어쩌면
Maybe he looked down on us. Yukik frowned.
솔직히
After seeing the contents of his bag, I think I know a little more about his attitude toward us. You can look fancy on the stage, but still, I know what you really are.
그런 거면
I know what you are. I guess that's why he was even more perplexed when he spilled his bag.
Huh?
And you think Sale showed his true colors when he ran away? If you're asking me, yes. I think that's when we all realize our true colors. Version 2.0. Actually, so I did a database building to the game. Remember when you get construction materials at the end, literally currently called construction material building material, which you can then use to upgrade the facilities around your base, adding things like a daycare or a shopping zone, more NPCs, strategies, safari zone, and whatnot. God, that's so good. Would he kill like Game Freak to actually do shit like that once in a while?
그랬지.
Or at least, I don't know, make a sequel to like the, what was it? Was it an RPS? Like Pokemon Conquest, whatever it was. Like just do Pokemon Romance of the Three Kingdoms and put it on a Switch, and the people will probably love it. It probably would, because they have to work for one. Now, let's not be dickish about it. Any video game takes a lot of work to do, and considering how long it took between Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, I'm going to assume that there was a lot of crunch going on Game Freak. Like, well, ex-Game Freak, the Pokemon company. Like, I'm going to assume that they wanted to make a good game, because I'm fair. I'm going to assume that they wanted to make a good game, but they didn't give them enough time and they were crunching. Especially because Arceus was in production longer, and Arceus was, by all accounts, good. And it was a thing that people liked, and that people agreed that, you know, it was needed. But I think the problem is that at the end of the day, they don't stick with anything, and they're trying to, like, I don't know, do new things every time. And like, no, dude, just... People wanted Pokemon Snap 2, you gave them Pokemon New Snap, the people loved it. Do another Pokemon Snap, do a second Pokemon Conquest, do more side stuff, like Mystery Dungeon, that kind of shit. And revitalize your main series by maintaining some level of continuity. And maybe do more of what they did with Black and White, where like it felt almost like a new continuity. It's like, it's Pokemon, it doesn't really have a continuity, to be fair. But Black and White kind of served as like a starting point, where like you had Pokemon from like other generations, and like the Pokédex was limited. Unless, you know, you send stuff. But like... It needs some consistency, and it needs more work, and it needs for them to stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Because first you had Mega Evolutions, then you have like the Gigantamax shit. I don't even know what sort, like, is fucking Scarlet and Violet has. But like, they keep adding stuff and then they don't keep the other stuff that they added before. And it's like, then why do you do the new things? People like the new things. Keep the new things. Redo the new things. Add a spin to the new thing. Like, Pokemon is stagnant because he's trying to do everything all the time rather than just maintain some level of continuity and polish that people expect of it. Oh, you call? Oh, that's a great name for a Scyther. Yeah, no, that's again. They think the previous things off, and usually it's things that people already like. So you should just try to maintain things. Yeah, like I'm not saying that they have to add all of the mechanics together because that might be complicated. But you should at least reuse mechanics. They're there for a reason. You can justify it in the world. It's not, you know, a problem. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult to justify using a mechanic that you use in a different game. Seem to have flipped out. He said he supported us behind our backs without us ever knowing. Supported Ina, to be more specific.
그랬어.
He also mentioned Hesian.
그래.
That she would have been destroyed if it weren't for him. Yukuk spoke after a little pause.
혹시
Is he talking about Hesian's threat after the accident? He implied that he was the one who stopped Hesian.
Huh?
Stop him? How? I can't figure that out at the moment. We're probably overthinking. Yes, I hope I was just overthinking. Dude, I know that you're the one who killed him. Please.
어떻게?
They investigated Ina's dance crew as well.
그런 것 같아.
They even checked the schools around her home.
그런 거면
Didn't Beastars know about her past?
아마도
There must be a reason why it wasn't even mentioned. If it's about Ina, it's possible Cell personally gathered the data. The photos that came out of his notebook were only related to Ina. Yukuk raised his head and said, "Duyun."
설마
Maybe Ina was right. Prying into people's private lives and stalking. These were never allowed. I need to call for their explanation, either from here or after getting out of here. You can. Yeah, no, you definitely can mix the funky mechanics. It's a problem of, I don't know if it's even the suits. I think it's just like a production issue where like you have fans who have expectations, or you think that they have certain expectations, and rather than just grabbing the things that you already did and like doing them again but like in a different way or better, or mixing other stuff with it and like just revitalizing all mechanics, like you just try something new, which sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes it's like, okay, but like why do you throw this other mechanic that I like out of the way? Like, it really is just a production issue that it doesn't have a lot of solutions outside of like people just realizing that you can reuse stuff, that you can just that you know you don't need to do something new every game for it to be good. Like I think that that's the main issue, really.
왜?
Stealing other people's mail is a federal crime. Indeed it is. If they get Cell will have to take responsibility. He's gonna die before he can, don't worry about it. He could gently put his hand on his chin.
어쩌면
It's definitely something a sucker would do.
그런
Then, let's not think too deeply. We're only speculating at the moment. Cell was hiding his tablet.
그랬었는데.
He said he lost his phone and there were no other devices. He also told me that he'd be using his notebook to write things down.
그리고
But in his bag, Duyun let out a groan. He ran away after spilling his bag, literally and metaphorically. He didn't give us any explanation.
아마도
Maybe he was afraid of revealing the contents of the tablet. Considering the things that came out of his bag, it's possible that the tablet contained problematic things. Like my fanfics.
그러니까
There's no other way to see it. I wonder what was on that tablet that would make him want to run away. You could pause to stare at the other side of the stage. For now, we can only imagine.
결국
We'll find out eventually. What he lied and what's on the tablet. You can change moves and nicknames on the fly, so as long as you're not in combat, you can change your Pokemon's moves around, learning and switching in and out whatever moves you want, as long as they've learned it at some point. Oh, that's so useful. What the fuck?
뭐랄까
An actual good Pokemon game just dropped. Diamond locations seem different too.
이거면
These photos were taken throughout the show. There's also a photo of the stage exterior.
잠깐만.
Are they snapshots? Different from photos taken by other people?
그럴지도
Good point. I suddenly flipped the photos. I would have discussed the details with Ina,
그치만
but she might get stressed out just by looking at them. Maybe we shouldn't agitate her. Let's be more careful.
막연해
We can only guess since he's not saying anything. What's clear is that the documents came out of Cell's bag, and think about his suspicions whereabouts.
아마
It's only natural for us to believe that he's deeply involved in this.
그렇지?
Yes, unless he tries hard to explain himself. Cell blames Seongyang every time there was something that made him look bad. Seongyang couldn't refute anything. Since that man tell the tales.
그래
Well, this is a dead woman, to be fair. Yes, that's where the missing piece was. Seongyang never did the dirty work herself. The person who did it for her was a missing piece.
그랬나?
Ina said she didn't post it, right?
그랬어.
She's too busy for that. Even Hesian, who was so passionate about father, couldn't run multiple accounts.
그래
Yes, it's just all hearsay.
그렇지?
But it's true Ina's photos were uploaded by an account unknown to Ina.
그렇다는 건
Then it must be another person.
역시
So you think it was Cell? I mean, I would say it's reasonable, but I need to check the walkthrough. Yep,
맞아.
maybe Cell did it. Considering the photos that came out of his bag, Ina also mentioned the viral rumor after seeing them.
왜?
Why do you think he did it voluntarily?
그건
Maybe it's part of the special care Cell was talking about.
그럴지도
Maybe he thought that Ina would benefit from doing that. We'll have to hear it from Cell to be
그래.
sure. Yes, we'll have to hear it from Cell to be sure. Although I'm not sure if he'll tell us the truth.
설마
The ace is in the hole that Hesian mentioned. Yes, the background check results were reported to Seongyang.
혹시
Hesian's information was acquired from the background checks.
이해했어
Now I know as Cell said he knew what Hesian was going to say. He had the same information. At the same time, I can understand why Hesian was so confident. You could pause to stare at Ina standing on the other side of the stage. Cell looked anxious when Ina went to say Hesian. He said nothing was going to happen, but the worried look on his face was telling a different story.
설마
He probably guessed that Hesian actually had some kind of info or... Oh wait. Sorry, I had to do that. I had to take advantage of the fact that I was moving my mic slightly closer. Or... He thought Hesian knew about Cell's involvement in acquiring the info. He could turn back to Duyin again.
만약에
If it's the latter...
Huh?
You're not saying. Cell and Hesian couldn't get along with each other at all. Maybe because Hesian was always ready to pick a fight with him. It's possible that Cell was feeling anxious. Let's see what the memo says. Physics Department, University of Art, scholarship placed. Accident date 16/6/28. All died, including his partner, wife. Myocardial infraction occurred while driving at night in the rain. Autopsy result. Ishixio tried again. What? Uncle Shen. Oh, so he tried to contact them and... Okay, makes sense. I met the... Ooh, nice. The people love Metagross. They conducted extensive investigations in lots of different matters. If you look at the names, it's not just guesswork. You could beat his lower lip and check the documents repeatedly.
괜찮아?
Are you alright, Hyuk?
솔직히
I'm a little dizzy, to be honest. He had all this info, but he pretended to know nothing about it.
대체
I wonder to what extent he shared this information. And what do you think he said to people that were mentioned in this report?
있잖아.
We can only guess. But now it's time to get some answers from him.
그게
Do you think that's possible? He's been keeping quiet about the whole thing, and he might continue to do so. Well, Han, I know that you're gonna kill him anywhere, so it doesn't matter. Okay, University of Art. Regarding scholarship recipient, can be personally requested if you.
대체
What are they up to?
몰랐어.
I don't know. The school didn't provide them with the answer they wanted.
아무래도
Of course not. What school would provide information just because someone asked for it?
그건
That's true, but too many people are in trouble because of me.
괜찮아.
You don't think too deeply. If you did something wrong, go out and apologize.
그렇지.
I know, I was telling the truth. He gently massaged the back of his neck. I wonder what they did with the other contestants. How far do you think they went to pry into their private lives? Well, considering they sent for like a paternity test, just to check that you were actually your dad's child. Like, dude. 99.99% blood relations. Deceased person. This occurring extra level focus for the HSPC attached bill. Family registration document. In the number 5 versus. Damn. How much money did they pay for that?
어떻게?
How is this even possible? Paternity test and family relations. That's crossing over the line. Yeah, and again, I'm pretty sure that's illegal in most places.
그렇다면
I wonder what they would have done if the test result came out as negative. Would they have aired that too? His face was hidden behind a shadow.
대체
But that would have required hair or a fingernail. How on earth?
어떻게?
I can't even imagine. Well, we shouldn't. We'll just disclose everything after we get out of here. I mean, it's not too hard to get like a hair from you. Like, if you ever like got a haircut or your hair like fixed, they probably got it from like, you know, the backstage. Your dad's corpse is another story, but I mean, it's still possible. It also has an official set of tools to keep an external storage of your Pokemon so you can transfer them through Giga Blades, as well as a tool to perform online battles. Okay, that's really impressive. What's with ROM, like, with like Pokemon ROM hackers being like talented as shit? Because like they tend to do this kind of bullshit, and I'm always so impressed with the work they do.
무리하지 마.
Do you? Don't worry about me. I'm neither angry nor hurt. I'm just taken aback and sad.
무리야.
You don't get anywhere concerning the metadata of the photos. We'll have to talk to the person who actually took the photos.
그럴까?
Do you think it was Cell?
글쎄.
If he says he took them, well, he'll have lots of explaining to do. Because without them, there's no Pokemon between official games. That is true, unless you want to replay all of the... Well, all of the games that are not main games and therefore interesting. Not that they do much of those anymore. Again, the Pokemon Company, aka X Game Freak, would it kill you to do Pokemon Conquest 2 Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Romance of the Three Pokemon Kingdoms, even. You know, they did Conquest, and they can do Conquest 2, and Conquest 2 is just Romance of the Three Kingdoms with Pokemon. Pokemon Conquest was technically Koei Tecmo. Yeah, but like they have to. Let's be honest. You can't make a Pokemon. It was Nobunaga's ambition after. Yeah, I know, but like, you have to remember. They own the IP, so if Koei Tecmo wants to do anything, or like they want another company to do anything, they have to give, you know, the permission and be like, hey, Koei Tecmo, do you want to do another Pokemon Conquest? Would you like to do it for us? So like they have to put in the signature, even if they don't do it themselves. Arguably. Like, they're still the owners of the IP. So, we can't have Pokemon Conquest 2 without the Pokemon Company being like, okay guys, I think we should make Pokemon Conquest 2. Somebody call me like the CEO of Koei Tecmo or some shit. Same with like anything else. It's like, what if I wanted a Pokemon Harvest Moon style game? You would have to go to Natsume. Not that I think Natsume would do a good work, because the Harvest Moon games haven't been good for a while. I guess just call the people who are doing the Story of Season series, which is just Harvest Moon again, but like with a different name, because Natsume is the one who owns the name, the IP name, even though they don't own the actual games. But like, they're the ones who have to put the. Yeah, I know. That's my point. Is like, it's the same people working on Story of Season. It's just like Natsume kept the. Yeah, Natsume being the publisher kept the name IP, but they didn't keep the IP itself. Like Harvest Moon, what was it? The last, I think that one of the DS ones was the last one that was actually with the actual Harvest Moon original team. And then they moved to they had the publisher shit, and they moved to do Story of Seasons. But like, my point is, the Pokemon Company needs to put the signature. Ergo, they need to actually sit their asses down and contact Koei Tecmo so we can have Pokemon Conquest 2. Or at least another company that makes games like that. Like, would it kill them to just make Pokemon Conquest 2? Or like, any other game that is not a Pokemon mainline game? Like, I don't know, do more Mystery Dungeon. I don't even like Mystery Dungeon. I mean, I like watching people play it. I don't like playing it myself. Just make other things, my dude. Like, where is Pokemon Stadium 3? I want Pokemon Stadium 3. You know what? That's what I want. I want Pokemon Stadium 3. Where is Pokemon Stadium 3? That's what I want. That's what I wish existed. And is the Pokemon Company gonna do it? No. Because fuck me personally. But still, we could have had Pokemon Stadium 3. And we didn't. Because some bitches don't wanna sit down and actually like sign the papers to give other bitches the power to make games with their IP. So it be like that, I guess. Oh, Pokemon Company, why are you like this? Why didn't you make a longer season for Pokemon Concierge? I mean, to be fair, I don't know how the discussions for that went, because stop motion is a very difficult thing to do as a person who has done stop motion, and their fail animation thesis was on stop motion. Failed because I never finished it, and I dropped from that career right at my thesis because I'm hilarious like that. So like, maybe 4 episodes was like the best they could get for the amount of time that they were giving the actual production company making the animation. But also, if they were less stingy and shitty, we could have had a longer season and we wouldn't have to wait for season 2. I have a lot of problems with the Pokemon Company. He says it took them, he'll have lots of explaining to do. I don't think he'll admit it easily. I guess if he had, we'd already have an explanation. Ian clicked his tongue and shook his head. We need to think about what to ask and what not to ask. We won't be able to ask all the questions and get answers for them.
안 되겠어.
We came out of this. What came out of his bag? We can't just let him slip away.
맞아.
They all seemed to know about it. Everyone was shocked, but we can't leave him there.
그래야겠지.
You're right. I have to wait until he comes down. Pa, 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 pa.
그게
I think he was scared after the contents of his bags were exposed, and that's why he was getting angry.
나도야.
To be honest, I had a similar feeling.
그래.
Yes, he was feeling scared after spilling his bag. So I guess I wasn't the only one.
솔직히
It's true he was being pressed into a corner, and he ran away when his bag became a problem. His impatience was clearly caused by fear. Oh god. This never ends.
결국
Aside from the professor's contact info, he also found the guy who lost the scholarship. If the show had cajoled this guy, they would have been able to create a very negative issue. Although Seung-young was kicked to utilize it before they did. This seems to be the starting point of the scholarship episode mentioned by Seung-young. How did he find the guy who lost the scholarship?
그건
He probably acquired the information from the school staff, but you can't acquire something like that through normal means, so. But they've been holding onto it without leaking it. Looks like they used all means necessary to gather information and took a wait and see attitude. Maybe they kept it as an insurance policy.
대체
He even asked the school directly. He was surprisingly careless.
그러고 보니
Usually the school posts the qualifications for scholarships. There was no need for him to ask these questions since it was no longer valid. Leon raised his head after a brief pause.
혹시
Could it be that he was trying to establish the story where he asked the question but the answer wasn't given? This way, it will sound like there's something fishy about this whole thing. I mean, maybe.
그럴까?
That might be true.
그렇구나.
He can make a fuss about it if he did a favor for Hyuk. If this was his intention, he's an evil person.
도대체
How did he manage to do a paternity test on someone else? Forget the method, it just gives me the creeps that anyone would come up with with something like this. Hugo said Mr. Lee was his father, so why did they have to investigate this?
이거는
This is way beyond validated information, this has more to do with distrust. Hyun held herself with one arm and shuddered.
대체
Why on earth would they do something like this? These stars, I don't even know what Seung-young was thinking. Some people are really curious about this, seriously.
아직이야.
Maybe this isn't that important at the moment. There's a different reason why we're having this conversation here. We will also need to reveal things like the metadata of the photo.
하지만
But not now though. Damn. I don't know at what point of the game you are, but like, isn't that a little broken? Isn't that a little dangerous?
저기
What's more important?
아무래도
I think I missed a point.
들어봐.
This is what I think. It doesn't matter whose it is, whether it's a photo or a document. It came out of Sales bag, so he must have known.
근데
By the way, did we check everything that was in Sales bag?
아니요.
No, we only checked some of the things.
그래.
Yeah, Sale bagged everything and left.
문제는 그거야.
This is how much we've found so far.
혹시
Maybe there's something else in his bag.
그래.
Yes, and you want to know what else is in there? I can't even imagine anymore. It cost me 20k pocket dollars. Incredible.
아마
I wish I had 20k dollars. Not pocket dollars. Pocket dollars are kind of useless in this economy. He ran because he knew. Things weren't looking up and he got caught while he was being pressed into a corner.
아무래도
He wasn't supposed to get caught with them, so it's strange why he would carry them around. Yun raised her hands and held them together.
내 생각엔
When it's urgent, it's faster to grab things with your hand. He was meticulous and always kept taking notes, right? More importantly, he wouldn't have expected the stage to collapse.
결국
And look where it got us. He should know running away can be a solution. Okay, let's finish Ina. And then we can finally start getting bad ends. I'm not even joking. We finish this and we have like one bad end almost immediately and then just another series of conversations. Jesus Christ. And then a bunch of bad ends. So you know, gonna be fun. I guess someone did lose a scholarship. I dropped out of school, so I don't know much about this.
그렇지만
But I can't help but wonder why Hugh took the scholarship when his family had all that money in the world. Girl, his dad wasn't maintaining him. He was working part-time jobs for it. He technically qualifies. Feeling uncomfortable, Ina rested her chin on her hand. Aside from the accident, why would he look for his relatives' contact info?
혹시
Maybe they were digging to find something out of the family members too. Ina frowned.
그럴싸해.
That may be the case. Beastars is a bittersweet business. The loop of endless ups and downs. But do they really have to pry into people's private lives just for the sake of the show? Yes, as their bullshit, which is illegal, but still.
뭐야 진짜?
Looks like Zoe was pulling all kinds of tricks, he even faxed the school. Maybe he should have joined an investigation journalism program. If they did a program like Unsolved Mysteries, they probably would have won an award. Ina put her hands on her waist. He should have just remained with the production crew.
아마도
Looks like the school didn't give him a chance.
뭐?
Maybe something was really bothering him. I think he was wrong about the scholarship, to be honest. Still, why would he carry something like this?
아니 잠깐.
It's horrible. They made such a big fuss about having the son of Mr. Lee in the show, but behind the scenes they did a paternity test. Is it even possible to do that when they're not related to him?
틀렸어.
Not normally. No, in fact, I'm pretty sure it counts as illegal to do a paternity test for someone who has not consented to it. Again, I don't know what the law is in Korea. That was making me sleepy. But I'm quite sure that it's illegal most places.
그러면
That means you're using an abnormal method, right? I think you mean illegal.
그래.
Yes, it wasn't normal indeed. You mean illegal. Ina frowned and mumbled something under her breath. They had been investigating all kinds of
내
nonsense.
말이.
Exactly, we're not here for an FBI interview, but an audition. They were planning on investigating every single relative. Why on earth would they go through all this trouble? Is it important if the photos were taken by him or not? What if the photos and documents were taken and gathered by someone else? Does that make the problems go away? The documents, photos, and background check report. The fact that he carried them with him was the problem.
결국
And he didn't give us any explanation. Ina leaned her body forward without even realizing it.
그러니까
That's the biggest problem. It's all a coincidence. They were gathered by someone else and I don't know anything. That's not going to end this. Metadata, whose camera? Distance did it, an individual did it, blah blah blah. That can't be the reason. We can worry about them later.
당연하지.
No wonder he ran away because he knew he was in trouble. He was being pressed into a corner even before that, but the decisive moment was when he spilled his bag.
그랬지.
We didn't have the time to stop him.
그러니까
He lashed out at us and ran away immediately. He knew he was faced with a serious problem. We don't even have to talk about this. Okay. Let's save. And we have to save here because there is a bad end that we can get. Basically two choices from now. And then we have more because of course we do. The brew gather in one place after finishing the conversation. It's either gathers or gathered. Someone need to edit this.
이 정도면 충분하겠지?
더 얘기해도 같은 말 반복일 거야.
I'm so sleepy.
그래. 그럼 세일이가 도망친 거 범인이란 게 드러날 것 같아서였을까?
He nodded his head reflexively.
그런 것 같아. 남은 건 당사자의 확실한 해명뿐이야.
난 다른 생각이야.
Pokemon that will be a trading settable by using the link cable item on them. Okay, again, hi. Speaking to X Game Freak, aka the Pokemon Company. Would it kill you to make Pokemon that evolve by trading evolve by a different system? Because not everybody can trade. Because yeah, I know the online exists, but also Nintendo makes you pay for the online. Okay, but Legends doesn't count. It's not a mainline game. I'm talking mainline games. Arceus doesn't count here. It's not mainline. Like, would it kill them to do that? Because some people are lonely and do not have people to trade with. And yeah, I know the online exists, but also if Nintendo is gonna like cost me money to actually like use the online features, I don't know, dude. I feel like they should like give me other options.
자기 행적이 드러나면서 두려워진 거라고. 확실한 건 추궁에서 벗어나려고 했던 것뿐이니까. 같은 걸 보고도 생각이 갈리네. 언니, 이쪽도 없는 얘기로 우기는 건 아니야.
There was a storm of thoughts and reasons coming from each person. Ian crossed her arms and looked towards Zuyin.
알겠어요. 이유를 짧게 말씀드릴게요.
I love how we're the detective, but like we have no reason to be the detective. We're just like a dude. Like we could have been a perfectly good femboy, but instead we're just a dude.
태블릿이 나오면서 전제가 크게 바뀌었어요. 무엇보다 세일이가 따로 연락할 방법이 생겼죠. 지금까진 아예 불가능하다고 생각한 일이었어요. 세일이가 혜성이를 따로 불러 화장실에서 만나는 거. 세일이는 도망치기 전에 역정을 냈어요. 이날을 위해 많은 일을 했다고. 안 보이는 데서.
갑자기 그래서 황당했지.
혜성이가 폭로를 예고하면서 이나는 분장실에 혼자 갈 만큼 불안해했어요. 그 시점에 이나를 위해 뭔가 했다. 안 보이는 데서. 그건 우리가 아는 화장실에서의 사건일지도 몰라요. 정리하면 세일이는 폭로를 막으려고 혜성이를 해쳤고 그 전후로 S 승연이 마치 범인인 것처럼 부각됐죠. 어쩌면 그대로 넘어갈 수 있을지도 모른다고 생각한 게 아닐까요? 세일이가 급하게 달아나버린 이유. 그건 억울해서라기보다는 두려워서였던 거예요. 범행이 드러날지도 모른다는 게. 두려워서 도망쳤다는 건 누나도 앞에서 말한 얘기였지. 뭘 두려워했는지는 달랐던 거죠.
내 안에 들어갔다 나왔냐? 네 해석에 1000% 동의해.
과대 해석은 아닐까?
나한테 엄청 역정냈잖아. 자기한테 이럴 순 없다면서.
배신감 느끼는 것처럼 보였어.
왜 그렇게까지 반응하냔 거지. 대체 나 모르게 날 위한다고 무슨 짓까지 했길래.
Sense of betrayal. Okay.
이나는 가더라도 세일이랑 대면하지 않는 게 좋겠어.
얘기가 왜 그렇게 돼?
아예 농성에 들어가 버릴 수도 있어. 몸싸움이라도 나면
걔 정도는 나도 매다 꽂거든.
Inahan, people are worried about your well-being.
그래서 말하는 거야. 만약 범인이 아니면 가방 속 물건에 대해 추궁당하는 걸 피하려는 이유였다면 혜성이도 뭘 폭로한다고 하다가 일을 당했잖아. 가방에 걸리면서 자기도 타깃이 될 수 있다고 생각했을지도.
그럴지도 모르지. 정말로 범인이 아니라면.
Targeting?
얘기 끝난 것 같네. 가자. 저쪽도 왜 안 오나 하겠어.
설득해서 나오는 게 중요해.
만약에 말이 안 통하면
강제로라도 끌어내야겠죠. 이번에야말로.
Okay, game. Can you be faster so we can get to the first button, please? Before I fail a sweep.
세일아!
착실하네. 문까지 꼭꼭 걸어 잠그고.
잠깐 형, 나도 불러볼게. 세일아, 문 열어. 얘기 좀 해.
제대로 된 대화 가능하긴 하세요?
No.
야! 대화 할락말락 하는데 네가 짠 거 아니야?
당장 후드러 팰 기세였죠. 살인범 잡았다고.
I mean, so you're gonna die either way.
그런 게 아니야.
그럼 아니야? 아니면 나와서 제대로 말해.
우리 방침 정한 거 아니었어?
나 빠지라고? 알겠어.
Ina put her hands up and step back.
약속해. 이제 덮어놓고 몰아세우진 않아.
형, 베스타에서 어떤 캐릭터인지 아시죠?
Yeah, and it's a character in itself. What the fuck, my dude? I'm so glad that you're going to die. I'm so glad that you die.
그건
세일아, 얼굴 보고 얘기해. 그럴 수 있잖아.
아니요, 안 되겠어요. 기다리지 말고 무대로 가세요.
거긴 위험해.
바깥도 별로 안전한 것 같진 않네요.
God, he's an idiot.
야, 진짜 문 안 여냐? 확 부수고 들어간다.
I'm just gonna slowly fall asleep until the thing happens. They'll stop answering. Oh,
혼자만의 시간이 필요하신가 보네.
okay, back to try and fall asleep.
이렇게 될지도 모른다고 생각하긴 했지만
두고 갈 순 없어.
알아. 그러겠다고 온 거잖아.
정말 끌어내기라도 해야겠어.
잠겼잖아.
스텝 복도에서 들어가는 뒷문도 있긴 한데
거긴 폐문이었죠. 전혀 안 열렸으니까.
그럼 몸통 박치기라도 해?
그러다 무너지기라도 하면
Everyone fell silent. Ehud, who was rubbing his hand against his mouth, suddenly raised his head.
마스터 키.
But
마스터 키? 그런 게 있어?
I mean, most buildings have a master key for like, you know, janitors and shit. But you have to like, well, janitor, security, that kind of shit. But like, where the fuck do you get a?
아, 스텝 중에는 가진 사람이 있다고 들었어.
Okay, team, how do you not think about a master key earlier on?
스텝이라면 지금 저 안에 틀어박혀 있는데.
한 사람 더 있어.
But
피디님.
oh right, her. I forgot she's yeah. Wait, and you didn't check her pockets for anything when we checked the body? God, Phoenix Wright is more professional about checking bodies than you guys, and he's not even like a fucking detective. He's a lawyer. He's not supposed to know shit about like how to check dead bodies. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna fall asleep.
조사했을 때 피 같은 건 못 봤는데?
본 건 상처 쪽이었어. 몸수색을 한 건 아니었지. 확실하게 있다는 보장은 없어. 생각난 것뿐이야.
You didn't slowly know it.
확인해볼 가치는 있어. 상황을 바꿔야지. 어떻게든.
도윤아, 부탁해.
Okay, why is this music reminding me of something? Alright, it reminds me of like the investigation song for World of Horror. That's what it reminded me of. Okay, back to.
난 계속 대화를 시도해볼게.
같이 가.
언니, 괜찮겠어?
둘이서 찾으면 더 빠르겠지.
그거야 그런데
도윤아, 혼자가 아니야. 가보자.
알겠어요. 누나가 괜찮다면.
Oh god. You also gave him a glance.
그 전에 끄집어내 볼게.
Okay, Ina, don't get killed because you're standing with a guy who has like 2 bodies already on his repertoire.
발밑 조심하면서 확인만 부탁해.
Yeah, don't worry, we just checked the corpse.
확인하고 바로 돌아올게.
You nodded and headed to the corridor with Yu Young.
그러고 보니까 진동 한참 없어.
Ah yes, we haven't experienced any tremors. 2 seconds later, there's a tremor.
안정돼서 그런 거면 좋겠는데.
언제 또 닥칠지 몰라. 그 전에 세일이를 꺼내야지.
Like there's just gonna be a collapse in like the next 10 minutes. I can feel it on my body.
가자. 피디님 있는 데까지. 심사위원석 근처였던 것 같은데?
네, 절 따라오세요.
Singyun's body still look horrible. Oh, come on, it's not even that bad. They reach out carefully. They check her jacket and pockets.
없는데? 조금 더 보자.
저쪽 2 사람 괜찮겠지?
Nah.
형이 있으니까요. 이나도 여차면 세리를 잡을 수 있고.
You couldn't find the master key. Okay, let me guess. Oh, God. I'm dying. I can't call him weepus constantly. Jesus Christ. Okay, so let me guess, considering they didn't find the master key. Hyuk sent them here to give himself a chance and time to actually kill Cell, because I know he dies in Road A. And he found the master key first, so he went and took it from, you know, from Seung Young's body. And all of this is just a way to like distract us so he can do his evil beating, whatever the fuck, you know? You can stop looking at her watch and raise her head.
사원증은 가져가 봤자 일 테고.
어쩔 수 없겠어요.
혹시나 했는데.
Young had a disappointed look on her pale face. Young checked his watch to see what time it was.
더 보는 건 시간 낭비겠어요. 돌아가죠.
다른 방법이 없겠어.
어땠어?
Bad.
없었어. 마스터키 같은 건.
이나는?
스텝 복도 분장실 뒷문 쪽에 갔어. 양쪽 문 다 보고 있으려고.
Young stepped back and Young knocked on the dressing room door.
이제 그만 문 열어. 세일아.
얘기할 거 없어요. 나가요.
Oh my god, dude, you're gonna die anyway. Nobody fucking cares. The door was still locked. He shook his head while fiddling with his watch.
이나가 빠져도 요지부동이야.
방법이 없나? 진짜로.
This game is gonna make me literally fall asleep on stream. Things that only happen to 24-hour streamers would happen to me because I'm just built different. Oh, nice. They blankly stare at the closed door. With legendarities. Oh.
이나가!
See what I mean? I said, they just said that there were no tremors and then immediately there's gonna be a tremor. Yeah, came out running from the staff corridor.
이나야. 괜찮아? 무너지는 줄 알았어.
You pat her on the back, waiting for the rumbling to subside.
매번 그랬지만 이번엔 진짜였다.
이번이 제일 셌던 것 같아.
어떻게 하지? 이젠
더 꾸물거릴 시간이 없어. 강제로라도 들어가자.
무너지면 어떡하려고?
반대로 분장실이 무너질 수도 있어. 뭐든 선택은 해야 되는 상황이야.
방치할 순 없어.
Don't worry. We're gonna make a choice and it's gonna be a bad choice because it's gonna send us to a bad end. In like 2 seconds, I just need to recheck which call. Okay, that one. Okay. You finally agreed with him.
무슨 얘기든 나오게 한 다음이야.
무슨 일 난다 싶으면 바로 물러서.
그래야겠지. 도윤아, 해보자.
Yuna Hyuk stood in front of the door side by side.
세일아, 우리 들어간다. 비켜 있어.
No response. Suddenly a leery feeling lingering in the leery. Really? Yuna is that word? Okay.
왜 대답이 없지? 세일아.
안 되겠어. 형, 가자.
They threw themselves at the door. The door budged, but did not open.
안 돼. 열려라.
They rammed their bodies against the door again. The door catch fell and the door slightly opened. The light was off. He unwittingly followed Yuyuk. Corpse. Corpse. Oh, he hanged himself. Wait. That's... I mean, I know that he's... Yeah, no, like... Okay, here, you're doing a really bad job of killing people. Like, if you're gonna strangle someone and you're gonna leave, like, marks, and you're gonna hang them later, at least hang them in a way where it looks like the way you hang them actually corresponds to the way you asphyxiated them. Just saying.
이거 그거야?
No, don't worry, he just...
스스로?
No, don't worry, he got killed. Don't worry about it.
그렇다고 밖에는
살겠다고 틀어박힌 거 아니었어?
Nina stood against the wall and panted heavily.
다 틀렸다고 생각해버린 거야?
조금만 더 빨랐으면.
You shut up, you were the one who killed him. Everyone collapsed out of despair.
안 돼.
Ian slowly stood up.
나 확인해봐야겠어.
But
어떤 걸?
세일이가 지녔던 진실. 그걸 모르고서 이렇게 끝내버릴 순 없어.
the rest of the group gathered around Duyin one by one. Wait, what? Shouldn't I... Oh wait, no, it's after this, I think. Okay. He moved closer to the body, but nothing changed. That was no longer alive. Yeah, obviously. Other than the neck wound, no other wounds were visible at first glance.
손끝에 상처가 있어.
Fingertips. His nails were broken and his fingertips were bloody. Yeah, those are the common signs of someone fighting their attacker, usually. Leon barely managed to look to Arcel's neck. The bruise was visible around his neck, like a thin string.
대체 어떻게 된 건지 봐야 돼.
Yeah, but that doesn't look like the thing that he strangled him right now, so... There were little wounds around the bruise. It was clear that the cause of death was hanging. No, the cause of death is strangulation. You can get strangulated from hanging, but that's not the same. Not all strangulations are hangings, although most strangulations are hangings. Well, no, that's not how the line goes. Not all hangings are strangulations, and also not all strangulations are hangings. I mean, to be fair, some hangings like break your neck and that's what kills you, rather than just, you know, if you do a good job doing the noose, your neck will snap before you get strangulated, which is supposedly less painful than the strangulation is. Leon saw a strap under Cell's chin. A leather belt was hanging on a metal hook by a high shelf.
이 끈 어디서 나온 거지?
제 뒤에 걸린 재킷. 그거 허리끈이야. 옷에서 빠진 걸 보니까 확실해.
God, you like... You're so bad at killing people and making it look like an accident and or on purpose. Oh, God damn, this is making me sleepy. Ian took a deep breath, barely managing to speak. There's a notebook near his feet.
이게 그 수첩.
Leon slowly picked up the notebook. As he opened it, the last wrinkled page caught his eye.
새로운 재밌거리를 찾아봤지만 생각한 만큼 자극적이지는 않았다.
What?
아주 바닥을 쳤다는 생각만 가득할 뿐이다. 또 아무것도 바뀌지 않을 거야. 분명히 그럴 거다. 그럼 이제 어떻게 해야 되지? 무능력하고 휘둘리고 남의 뒷공문이나 쫓아다니면서 헛된 꿈을 꾸는데 죄를 짓고 또 짓고.
Leon could sense a feeling of shame and despair from his writing. Leon let a groan.
뭐라고 되어 있는데?
The rebel I roll for this run is a pain in the ass. It's got a fucking detour that keeps copying Coltrane, which makes it hard as hell to deal with because I don't usually have my Larvesta out early. Yeah, that sounds like a pain in the ass.
일기처럼 보여. 일단은
Leon flipped through the pages.
언제부터 쓴 거야?
Evoke the Larvesta into Volcarona, as one should. No offense to Larvesta, but in comparison to Volcarona, kind of useless. Cute, but useless.
날짜를 봐선 올해 초부터요.
The page was densely filled with letters. Feeling dizzy, Duyun closed the notebook. With that, some photos from the notebook. He picked it up without a second thought. Oh, hey! Producer woman having an affair with one of the contestants. He couldn't read the entire diary on the spot. Leon took a step back from the body. The temple and surrounding area caught his eyes. The things around here look a little messier than before, a sign of struggle. Yeah, it's almost like this is definitely not like a suicide. Leon slowly looked around. He checked the messenger bag. Small pen, coins, receipts, and the tablet were there. Leon took out the tablet to examine it.
이거 상태가 안 좋아.
Broken. There's a large crack on one side of the screen and the battery has swelled.
그거 켜져 있어?
Leon tried to turn it on, but it didn't work.
안 되는 것 같아.
Oh hey, it's almost like someone destroyed it on purpose. God, you're just so bad at this murder thing. Leon checked everything his eyes could see. Leon moved back from the side, staggering. Everyone was shocked by Sill's death. Leon seemed particularly affected.
신랑이 하면서 방법을 찾는 게 아니었어. 한시라도 더 빨리 강제로 들어갔어야 했어.
그 짧은 틈에 이런 선택을 할 거라곤.
혹시 억울했던 건 아닐까?
그치만 생각해봐.
Leon stepped forward with the notebook in her hand.
뒷조사 자료에다 여기 구겨진 페이지는 유서나 마찬가지야. 태블릿도 결국 잘못 본 게 아니었어. 다 탄로나기 전에 도망쳐 버렸다고. 아니야? 억울하다면 제대로 해명을 했어야지. 왜 이런 선택을 해? 말을 안 했지. 죽으라고 했냐고.
Oh, Ina, don't worry about it. He didn't commit suicide. He was killed. Don't worry. Ina handed a notebook to Duyun and covered her face. Maybe Ina was right. Suspicious clues, a diary with oppressive contents, and the decision to leave everything unexplained. There you go. All fine. All settled. Nian. Duyun looked towards the watch. Is this the end? He wanted to ask himself. Background checks, a suicide note, a diary, and then actual suicide. Sale did I that? I thought he would explain himself. Calm down, do you process everything and accept them? Maybe. I see, I guess it is better to resolve the rest after getting rescued. You ask a pharmacist for restrictions, a doctor for treatment, rescue team for help, and the police for investigations. What do you think? Cell was probably the culprit and committed suicide after being cornered. Is it all over then? Is that what you wanted? He bit his lips after reading the last message.
내가 원하는 건
He came this far, while turning a blind eye to it. He closed his eyes, shut his mouth, and put that aside. I want the truth. Not yet. This doesn't mean it's over. What a surprise. You're different from what I thought you would be like. Here's what I think. If you want to know the truth, then don't turn your face away from the problem. Problem. Hope the typo didn't ruin my cool advice. No, it just makes me think that the editing was even worse than I thought on the text for this. There must be clues in facts. But you already have casualties. Cell either took his own life or was murdered. Considering your mental health inside there, you don't have to dig into it. You have an option of sticking together with one another until you safely get out of there. Your goal is survival. That's all you need to focus on. Let's say you've really found out the truth. Can you really deal with it?
감당할 수 있겠냐?
감당할 수 있겠어?
Hi, Seung-young. Gone this far. After all, this is as far as I could come. And I'm going all the way. Time to slow down a little bit. You could get into an accident if you keep accelerating. I'm sorry for saying this. But you should carefully check through his diary, including that suicide note. That kind of writing often contains a hidden clue. Although the writing may express a wish for death, ironically, it might show a strong will to live. Do you recollect the distressing feeling he felt when he read the wrinkled page? What was it? A feeling of resignation or rage? You opened Cell's notebook again. You could still sense a complexity of emotion from that last wrinkled page. He flipped the page. Oktoberfest. That was a live show. There was a live show that day. Two contestants were eliminated, leaving only the top 5.
실체를 알면 결국 너도 무너져. 너도 그건 무섭겠지? 어디서 온 건지 누가 했는지도 모르는 투수 앞에서 자기가 해온 일들을 되짚어봐. 재밌을 것 같네.
Everyone. Leon flipped through more pages. August 30, the B-Star preliminaries were near their end.
서혜성은 아직도 신 PD 백을 믿고 설치는 중이다. 말과 행동 어떤 것도 우승자의 자질이 아니다. 언제 무슨 소리를 할지 모르는 폭탄이다. PD가 끝까지 내 조언을 무시하면 나도 생각이 있다. 실체를 알릴 거다. 서혜성에겐 중도 탈락만이 어울린다. 어디가 부러지든 죽어 자빠지든 절대 끝까지 못 간다. 내가 그렇게 만들 거다.
Okay, so
나한테도 힘이 있으니까.
you might be right about like Hesiod haven't been that good and whatever, but like, do you have to be a complete and utter dick about it?
이나 씨는 나만 믿고 가면 된다. 내 방식으로 관리하면 어디까지 가나 해볼 계획이다.
He's still creepy. He might not be the stalker, but he's still creepy.
내 존재를 몰라도 괜찮다. 내 눈이 정확하다는 걸, 나도 할 수 있다는 걸 증명하려는 것이다.
He's an idiot.
신 PD는 이제 옛날의 그 사람이 아니니까 나도 시키는 대로만 할 필요는 없다.
Dune Gulpan read earlier entries. August 13th, the preliminaries were ongoing.
이런 짓거리나 하겠다고 여기 왔나? 신승현, 너는 진짜 너무한다. 말이 다르잖아.
July 27th, the beginning of the Beastars preliminaries.
베스타 예선을 시작했다. 예선 무대를 보면서 옛날 생각을 많이 했다. 그래도 내 눈이 아직 살아는 있구나 싶다. 내가 찍었던 사람들은 대부분 좋은 평가로 통과했다. 전부는 아니지만 사실 등신같이 하는 애들도 있었는데 어쨌든 볼만한 구석이 있으니까 뽑았겠지. 난 그런 게 없었으니까 떨어졌고 다시 나가볼까 하는 생각은 버린 지 오래다. 그래도 카메라 앞에 서서 자기 포부를 떠드는 모습들을 보니까 나도 들뜨는 기분이었다. 가능하면 나처럼 되지 말고 자기 능력껏 잘 나가길 바란다. 딱 봐도 진짜 아닌 몇 명은 빼고 걔들은 자격이 없다. 일찍들 집에 가겠지.
June 18th, just before the Beastars preliminaries.
자신감이 진짜 많이 떨어졌다. 바닥을 치고 나니까 생각만 많아진다.
God damn it, gang. Why are you making me sleepy?
베스타 예선이 시작되면 또 정신없이 바쁠 테니까 조금 괜찮아지려나?
God, I just wanna be done with this shit.
근본적인 해결은 안 나겠지만 문제는 나한테 있다. 항상 일에 빵꾸를 내니까 신피디님도 날 인정해주지 않는 거겠지. 이런 상태가 영원히 안 끝날 것 같다는 생각이 머릿속에 박혀있다. 창문 밖으로 그냥 뛰어내려 버리면 항상 생각만 할 뿐이다. 막상 상황이 닥치면 아무것도 못하겠지. 늘 그랬던 것처럼.
The oldest one was from May 22nd of this year.
오늘도 개 같은 날이었다. 아래에선 말 더럽게 안 듣고 위에서는 죽어라고 쪼아댄다. 도대체 나한테 뭘 바라지? PD님이 제일 문제다. 사람 등신 취급하는데 지쳤다. 같이 일한 지 4년도 넘었는데 몇 년을 더 굴러야 인정해주지? 이쯤 되니까 내가 3년 전 일을 아예 잊은 줄 아는 것 같다. 그걸 까발리면 자기도 다칠 건데 대우 좀 해줘야 되는 거 아닌가? 처음엔 나한테서 자기를 봤다느니 해놓고 지금 대우는 위에서 사람 취급을 안 하니까 다른 스태프도 날 호구로 본다. 계속 무시하면 가만히 안 있을 거다. 지금 기분을 계속 기억하려고 쓴다.
The business cards in front of the page. It was an old business card with someone's name on it.
스쿠프?
Aw. We took a look at it again. He found that its name and logo belonged to WBSN. It was the former name of the current WBS, responsible for producing and broadcasting B-Stars. The business card was old and worn out. Program Scoop. On the page before that, there was another card from the same program. Okay.
이건 PD님 거야.
Oh. The program's name, department, and the logo were identical to Cell's. There were also background check documents. It wasn't as bad as what she saw earlier, but it still went far beyond the scope of their initial agreement.
도윤아, 너 손이 떨려.
괜찮아.
괜찮긴 뭐가 괜찮아? 상황이 이런데.
아까 자료들 정말로 직접 모은 걸까?
아마도요. 눈에 보이는 사실이니까.
이거 보여주는 게 죽기보다도 싫었단 말이야?
더 심각한 비밀이라면 결국 혜성이 사건뿐인데.
Ian thought again about what was written in the notebook. Letter and images danced around his head. Dell really commits suicide. Could the last diary entry be the suicide note? No, he clearly was killed, but like... Could you give me the option so I can get the button so I can then go to intermission, please? Still trying to hide the fact that he murdered Hyeseong. Find the answer to you and began to retract the clues again.
베이스타 전부터 생각해보자.
Wait, seriously? It's not even giving me the option? Does that only happen if you do the C route? Oh my fucking god, really? Is this a bad end that only happen? Like, why is the wild truck also so bad that he doesn't tell me? I'm like, what the fuck? You know what? Let's go into intermission. Like, I was expecting there to be a button, and apparently you can't get it. Because I didn't get the prompt that is supposed to give you the button. So I'm gonna assume that you only get it after doing the true end once. Which is the dumbest bullshit to put for a button, for the record. Like, what do you mean your bad end requires you to do the true route? Or the true end route. Like, that's fucking bullshit. Anyway. I'm gonna go get myself some coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, gang, we're back. I had coffee. I regret all of my choices. I am so fucking tired. Let's see. 6 and 5 you need for this.
예선 시작하기 전 2월.
Still completely lost his confidence. He blamed his incompetence for failing to earn Soo-young's respect. He was so depressed that he even thought about killing himself, and yet he did not, and now we're here.
하지만 결국 닥치면 아무것도 못할 거라고 했어. 언제나처럼. 5월. 베스타 전이었어.
Still wrote that he had worked with Seong-young for over 4 years. It seems like he joined the staff right after getting eliminated in season 2. He always felt he wasn't getting the attention or respect he deserved, and he mentioned he was willing to expose what happened 3 years ago if things went on like that.
처음엔 좋은 말로 합류했지만 이후로는 쭉 무시당한 건가? 3년 전 일이라는 건 뭐지?
A crime, probably. Still was chosen by Seong-young 4 years ago after he got eliminated from the preliminaries of Beastars Season 2. It was after the video of his miserable failure at the audition went viral. Seong-young seemed to have a coax. Is it coax? I never know how to pronounce that. Sell by praising how special he was, so he joined the staff. But her attitude seemed to have changed after he joined the crew. If he quit, he'd be no one special. If he continued, his self-confidence would crumble. Within that month, Do-yoon could sense Cell's anger at Seong-young's disrespect and the shameful feeling for his incompetence.
생각할 여유조차 없었겠지.
Do-yoon thought about himself. The training for the finals was much harder than that for the preliminaries. Then nobody had that peace of mind to care about others or what happened during the finals. The contestants didn't trust Do-yoon or care about what had happened in the past. The invisible wall set up by Seong-young. Inside the wall, Do-yoon overcame his confusion and regained stability. But was it really stability? Ah yes, complacency.
생각을 접고 도망치는 것뿐이었어.
Do-yoon paused for a moment and slowly shook his head.
집중하자.
He began to focus on the diary again. The commonality in the two diary entries.
열등감이야. 죽음을 생각할 정도의 극심한 열등감.
Hashtag relatable. Another passage grabbed his attention.
3년 전 일을 꺼내면 PD님도 다친다는 얘기.
The part where Cell said he might not keep his mouth shut forever gave a clue that something fishy had happened. The clues from the notebook which occurred around that time were... that would be... I guess it's the same because it's from the same show.
PD님의 예전 프로그램 명함.
Seong-yoon and Seo worked together for over 4 years. The WBSN logo indicated that the business card was issued more than 2 years ago. You recall the name of the program on the business card, Scoop. Do-yoon had seen the name of the program in an article about the new season of Beastars.
PD님을 지금의 위치에 올려준 프로그램이라고 했어.
Uh-huh. He had never actually watched the program because that's when he was concentrating on the band. He was not even sure if the secret mentioned by Cell was really related to this program.
딴 사람한테 물어보면 알지도 몰라. 언제쯤 건지, 무슨 내용이었는지.
Do-yoon made a mental note of the name Scoop. He moved on to the entry written before the preliminaries. Around June, Seo wrote about having suicidal thoughts.
몇 달이나 지난 얘기야. 베스타 예선 중에는 어땠었지?
Those are entry 4, entry 3, and 2.
예선 막바지 8월 말.
There's a line about how Seung-young has saved Hyeseon from elimination, and Seo swore that he would eliminate Hyeseon, whom he felt was unqualified from the audition. Seo also said he would show what he's got by backing up Ina behind the curtain.
혜성이랑 이나가 제대로 붙었던 팀 미션 때 일이야. 8월 중순. 분명히 예선 도중이었지.
Yoon could sense a feeling of betrayal and rage from the store passage.
짓거리 너무한다. 말이 다르다. 납득하기 힘든 일을 강요했던 건가?
Probably.
7월 말 예선이 막 시작한 때야.
Seo recollected his memory as a competitor as he watched other contestants' performances in the preliminaries. He complimented his standing eye while criticizing some contestants.
무대에 다시 설 의지는 없다고 썼어. 그렇지만 체념보다는 미련이 느껴져. 예선이 흘러가는 동안 자포자기한 느낌 같은 건 없어.
He felt contempt toward Hyeseon for advancing to the finals of pulling strings. He felt betrayed by Seung-young for her complete change in attitude. He was determined to prove his own power to her by influencing the auditions.
카롤은 무슨 일로 그렇게 분노했던 거지?
Seo was infuriated with Seung-young and expressed his feeling of betrayal. He used the words "this crab" and said that Seung-young had treated him like a slave.
이때부터 나름의 행동에 들어간 것 같은데 이런 짓거리라고 부를 만한 게 뭐였을까?
And I believe this is contestants.
출연자들의 신상 정보. 조사를 맡긴 업체하고는 좋지 않게 계약이 깨졌다고 했었지.
Various materials, records, and photos of the top 5 could Seung-young have forced Seo to check the contestants' backgrounds in the mid-August. Probably. I mean, that's literally what happened according to Seo from, like, you know, the route where he's not dead.
세일이는 열등감 속에서도 어떻게든 자존감을 유지하려고 했어. 그치만 맡겨진 일은 출연자의 뒷조사. 그것도 떠넘겨진 일.
I mean, the problem is not the background checks, the problem is the illegal things they did during the background checks, I feel. Seung-young constantly bugged and controlled Seo. Maybe she had been trying to do the same thing to Do-yoon. She had comforted him by saying that he was all part of the show and that his reputation as a betrayer would disappear by the end, except it obviously did not, and he's still pretty broken about it. She never hesitated in making promises. How did he respond to her? What was his mindset like? What did he feel when he saw her body at the collapse stage?
난 분명히
Ambivalence. Shock, fear, anxiety, and ambivalence. Do-yoon shook the distracting thoughts out of his head. He decided to focus on Seo's diary again.
PD님은 세일이에게 출연자의 뒷조사를 지시했어.
He was something annoying enough to explode Seo's lungs suppress anger. In the previous entry, Seo was showing a lack of confidence and disappointment on Seung-young's mistreatment. But as of this entry, there were no more signs of such disappointment. Of course, that was just Yun's assumption. The anger lets Cell to support Ina from behind the scenes on his own until the okay, how is to make, I guess, the blackmail that had been sent to Seungyeon in early October. Like, there are so many lines that need editing because, like, it just doesn't read naturally or just it lacks words.
나름대로 어떤 그림을 그리고 있었던 거야.
Like, I know translating visual novels can be very hard, but if you're gonna translate one, at least do a good job at it.
직접 그릴 수 있는 방법은 이제 없어져 버렸지만.
Like, put in the effort for it. The last page indicated that nothing could comfort him anymore. It implied that nothing would change and that he would give up and continue with his wrongdoings.
나름대로 움직여봤지만 허무하기만 했다.
It was obvious that he felt underestimated. His self-esteem was constantly going up and down.
그럼 정말로 자살인가?
The question brought him back to square one. Whether he's bad enough to induce self-suicide? What if it wasn't a suicide? This question kept ringing inside his head.
역시 마음에 걸리는 곳이 있어.
It's either the belt or the neck, because again... Yeah, it's the neck. If you're gonna kill someone and then make it look like they, you know, they hang themselves, rule of engagement is you have to make it look fine. Like, especially if, like, you put the noose in such a position where the neck would break rather than just leave you with, like, you know, the asphyxiation and then you die from lack of air, which is way more painful, technically. More drawn out, if you will. You have to know what you're doing. Like, and also don't leave marks on the entire neck. That's not how a noose would do it. Like, you wouldn't get really a lot of marks on your on the back of your neck because that's where the noose is tied up. Like, the one on his neck. Yep, that. See, that's for a belt. This is too thin, and it's around the entire neck. Like, this is not what it looks like.
끈은 턱 밑에 걸려 있어. 그런데 상처는 목 전체를 둘렀지.
I'm begging people who kill people to be more professional about making it look like an accident and or a suicide. As a guy, not so good, I guess. Took a look. It was plug hole again. Hi, plug hole.
당신도 좀 도와줘.
It's hard to make a guess from my side. There must be ligature marks on the front side of his neck if his full weight was applied. I'm not 100% certain about that. People agreed with Duyon's idea, but sounded doubtful.
생각해볼 가치는 있어.
No, look, it's very obvious, like, it's too thin in comparison with the fucking belt that he hung himself from. The marks are all around his neck, which is unnatural for that kind of death. You didn't hear him struggle, which would be perfectly natural for someone who got strangulated rather than, you know, having his neck broken in the process of, you know, dying from hanging. I can keep going. I had to research this shit. You okay? No. I wish this game was over. Anyway, your survival is my top priority. Why? Why not? You don't want to survive? Knowing the truth is important. But safety comes first.
안전.
Is it dangerous to know the truth? Suicide or not, if it is the reason he killed himself, there is no decisive evidence to any of those. And what if he didn't take his own life? Then what? What happened twice already can happen once more.
걱정하는 건가?
Apparently. I see. Thank you. Yun dropped his hand and turned around to face the rest of the group.
소리 들려? 점점 커지는데?
여긴 위험해.
Oh, don't tell me that they put like the thing correctly and this is the part where I'm supposed to choose for the bad end. Don't tell me that the walkthrough is actually wrong on this shit. Oh, I'm gonna become the Joker. This game is like the walkthrough is pretty decent, but also like, come on.
그래. 일단 복도로 나가자.
Yours pulled do you out of the dressing room. Ina patted him on the back after arriving at the corridor.
이 판국에 워치 보고 있어?
Look, I'm talking to my friend who likes to have his hole plugs. Slut.
좀 확인해 볼 게 있었어.
안팎으로 좋은 소식이라고는 없는데.
범인 찾았잖아. 아무래도
No.
모르겠어. 이걸로 되는 건지.
아닌데 절해버렸다고?
그건 그렇지만.
Young, you've probably seen Detective Conan. You look like the kind of person who would be into Detective Conan. You know that this is like super fake.
지은 죄가 있으니 저런 끝을 낸 거야.
Ina, stop talking. You're an idiot. Young, you've seen Detective Conan. I can see it in your eyes.
그렇게밖에는 생각할 수가 없잖아.
Young's eye dropped to the floor. Young stepped forward, trying to calm people down.
조금 있으면 구조대가 온다던 시간이에요.
Will they? Because we still have like an hour, I think.
일단 그것만 생각하자. 죄 짓고 죄값 치르는 건 당연한 거라고.
You know, Ina, there's this thing called restorative justice. I don't think death is part of that. Ina was firm, but her face was somber.
저기
Wait, what? For the record, this is what you need for like the
조금만 더 이야기해 보고 싶어.
like the I'm the attacker one takes you to the I'm sorry, what? Why do I get the option to say the shit that I need for the joke ending? Because that's a joke ending. Like that's a joke ending. I'm sorry, what? Okay, so I don't get the option for the order ending, but I get the option for the fucking joke ending. I'm sorry, what? This fucking game. I'm gonna become the Joker.
어떤 거에 대해서?
Once we get to like a talking section, I'm gonna save and I'm gonna go check that. Because what do you mean you're giving me that? What do you mean the game is actually giving me that? When that's, I'm pretty sure that's a joke ending. Like, I don't think you're supposed to be able to get that.
분장실에서 본 상황.
걸리는 게 있었어?
Yes, Hugh, it's the fact that I know that you kill everyone.
이거다고 짚을 만한 건
You can save his words. Although it's unlikely, it was still a possibility. So it could have been murdered. And the real murderer could be one of us. He really didn't want to think that way. But the more he thought about it, the stronger his doubt grew. That's why he saved his words. He had to talk to them at least. That's all he could think about. If nothing came to mind after talking with them, if everything that had happened was simply as it appeared, it wouldn't be too late to get rid of his concerns.
알겠어. 그렇다면 두 사람은요?
나도 지금 어지러울 정도야.
머릿수에서 졌네. 그래, 뭐.
길게 얘기할 상황은 아니야.
알고 있어.
Okay, let's save and let's check that out. And I'll save here instead of the second one because I need that. And then let's load. This is the one. And then let's fast forward. Like, we'll just fast forward the entire thing to get to that option again because what do you mean the game is giving me? I'm pretty sure that you're not supposed to get the option for the Joker ending immediately. And also there's a different way you can actually like solve this one. So I might as well like do it. What is it? Secrets. Wait, why do you all only give me a... That's weird. Like, is he gonna count them?
태블릿이 나오면서 전제가 크게 바뀌었어요. 무엇보다 세일이가 따로 연락할 방법이 생겼죠. 지금까진 아예 불가능하다고 생각한 일이었어요. 세일이가 혜성이를 따로 불러 화장실에서 만나는 거. 그러니까 그게...
He was suddenly lost for words. There's something that just did... Okay, so why is it giving me those options? Okay, yeah, like the walkthrough is kind of being stupid. Okay, thanks. The walker, like the walker tells you that you can do those 3 options, but also it doesn't count because you only can get 4, and you can't put less than 4. Like, I need to check whoever wrote this. Like. Like just fast forward the entire thing. Like I don't care. I'm going for the dumb ending that is supposed to not be available for some god awful reason. Like I'm pretty sure that's just the joke ending. Like I don't know what the joke ending is available in the first place. Thank God that you can fast forward everything.
가자.
Come on, game, speed it up. I'm already wasting time on this shit just to check. Yeah, no, yeah, skip the video. I don't fucking care about the corpse. Yeah, come on, speed up. This is taking forever. Okay, that was season 5. Business cards. Info. And then the neck. I'm the attacker. Let's see. Let's see if this actually give me the joke ending, which I don't think you're supposed to get on first try. So, the fuck. Okay. It was the worst atmosphere. It was time for him to step forward. You remember the story of a man who escaped depressing moments with his good sense of humor. He could do this. No, you can't, Han. He's an awesome rockstar who can enlighten the mood with good jokes. He could unite this group by creating a pleasant mood by saying that you're the one who killed him.
내키진 않지만 제가 나설 차례같군요.
Han, everybody's gonna slap you for this. Okay, this is awful.
좋아, 느낌 왔어.
But
느낌 간다. 가지마.
those were the relationship change noises.
이런. 다들 나만 보고 있네. 막 이래.
Is his voice actor actually a comedian and that's why they decided to do this? Feeling awkward, Do-yoon rumble on. With everyone staring at him with confused looks on their faces, Do-yoon felt more nervous now than on the live stage.
사실 범인은 바로 나였습니다.
Yeah, this ruins it. Like, this game is bad, but now it's worse. There was a heavy silence. Jeez, these guys are taking his joke seriously. The V sign which Do-yoon confidently made began to tremble. You did the V sign! You did the V sign! Did you do like an anime girl shit? They could have made a CG for that.
도윤이 너
Kyukyu, don't lie. I know that it was you. He could drop his jaw in utter shock. No, I know that it's you. Don't, like, come on.
와, 오 마이 갓. 아무리 에미에비도 못 믿을 세상이라지만.
Damn. Ina also cursed and backed off. They were taking it too seriously. Everyone had been under great strain for a long time. The possibility that his brilliant joke will fail had never crossed Do-yoon's mind before. Yeah, even with the anime girl pose, sweetie, that wasn't gonna, like, that wasn't gonna come off alright, okay? Do-yoon's whole brain started working at the speed of light. Rockstar should always know when to step forward and back. He already knew how to escape this kind of awkward situation.
사실은 뻥입니다.
Dude. He tried to keep a poker face but ended up choking. Do-yoon should have said it in a more relaxed manner. The silence was unbearable. No one could liven up the mood anymore.
역시 제 직감이 적중했군요.
Oh, hi, Sel.
저 사실 안 죽었습니다.
Uh-huh.
서영사, 쳐!
What?
넣게버리!
Hession, what the fuck? Wait, Hession, if you're alive, then what the fuck is going on? Hession came out of nowhere and twisted Do-yoon's arm. Damn. He tied up Do-yoon in no time and Do-yoon fell flat on his face.
더 케이스 클로즈드.
Again, Is this Detective Conan or some shit? I took a walkie-talkie out of his messenger bag and muttered something.
저건 어디서 나왔어?
Yeah, especially Haesian, who has been dead for a while. Before he knew it, Ina moved closer and put her hands together.
우와, 대박. 전 아무것도 몰랐는데 봐주실 거죠?
제 어찌 이나님을 몰아세우겠사옵니까?
I absolutely hate this.
만약에 그대에게 죄가 있다면 내 맘을 훔친 죄?
Yeah, I hate this. Like, it's not even that I'm against comedy endings, it's just, this is a bad comedy ending.
돌았나봐. 확 배신이고 싶어.
Well, at least Ina is reacting like a normal person, thanks. Ina clenched at her shoulders and screamed.
야, 저기, 이게 무슨 짓이야, 장세일!
장세일? 그렇죠. 그런 이름도 있었죠. 하지만 그건 제 진정한 이름이 아닙니다. 제 본명은 남세일.
I hate this. Who the fuck wrote the comedy ending? I want to meet them at the back of an Arby's with a knife.
그 유명한 명탐정 콧땡의 남땡일 탐정과 한 끗 차이뿐이죠.
It is an actual Detective Conan reference. It is a Detective Conan reference. It's a fucking Detective Conan reference. I fucking hate this. I'm sorry. No, it's a fucking Detective Conan reference. I fucking hate that. Detective Conan deserves better than this shit even when the cases get ridiculous. And also the premise being also very silly. Like an adult man in the body of a child. Someone had a Shota fetish with writing that shit. Like, no, I hate it. I hate the Detective Conan reference. I hate this. I'm just gonna like drink my coffee and try to ignore that this happened.
누나, 진짜 이상하지? 그치?
직원이 일자 돌림인가 봐.
You shut the fuck up. You were the most likable female character in this game up until like 2 seconds ago.
그렇습니다. 그분과는 사돈의 팔촌 관계죠.
Then how do you share the same last name? You can't share the same last name in that case.
아주 남인데?
Also that, but beyond that.
That's no. 이웃 사촌이란 말도 모르십니까? 그럼 팔촌이라 하면?
I hate every single part of this. I wish I was watching Detective Conan in comparison.
겨우 2배 정도 차이라 이거죠. 자, 몸은 작아졌어도 두뇌는 그대로. 언제나 진실은 하나. 빠!
Okay, that was literally the Detective Conan song. I'm not insane, they put like the first 4 seconds of it. Oh my fucking... Okay, calm down. This is awful, but it's the comedy ending. That's the point. It's just a really shitty comedy ending. Which is also a bad Detective Conan reference.
헐, 대박이네. 존뚝이야.
Like, that was literally the first like 3 seconds of the song. With the opening.
아씨, 역시 남탐정님 진짜 간지나네.
Or not the opening, I don't... It used to be the opening in the Latin American version, back when they still aired Detective Conan, but it's basically like the part, like this, the music that plays when they do the reveal of how the crime was committed thingy, you know the one. Everybody knows the fucking Detective Conan song that I'm talking about. Like, you've seen Detective Conan once, you know what I'm talking about.
야, 하나도 안 똑같고 간지 1도 안 나거든? 사돈의 팔촌이면 난 맞잖아!
And Duyan continues to be the only character that I like in this because he's the only reasonable human being.
어디서 똥파리 날갯짓 사운드가 들리는군요.
You know, Sil, I'm glad that you died.
자, 한도현 씨, 그 뺀질한 가면 아래 숨겨진 더러운 흉기를 신속하게 실토하시지.
Feeling confident, Sherlock Holmes didn't hesitate to make a more daring statement.
저기 아니 남세일 탐정님?
You don't do this to yourself.
그래 그였군. 말해보게.
도윤이 아니 한도윤 용의자가 정말 조크를 한 걸 수도 있지 않습니까?
Yeah, what if he was lying and joking because we know that Hugh is a criminal in this situation? Also, again, what the fuck is up with this comedian in?
좋은 지적일세. 그였군.
I hate this.
감사합니다.
Hugh!
말투 뭔데?
So, yeah.
그였군의 지적은 반장님께서 답해주실 걸세.
Is this gonna be like Hesian Watson or some shit?
반장은 또 뉘기야! 마침 저기 오시네요? 여기입니다!
Wait, Seung-gyung?
달밤에 체조들 한다고 고생이 많아.
Well, they finally reused that one sprite that they drew for her like one time. Hi, Seung-gyung.
역시 범인은 배신돌이었나? 또 배신이야? 질리지도 않는 겁소?
Okay, Seung-yeon, you do realize that if you're not dead and Hyeon isn't dead and Sel isn't dead, then absolutely nothing happened, and I can't be a criminal for anything. I know this is a joke ending, but literally, reasoning this situation, it makes no fucking sense. Even beyond the Detective Conan Holmes reference.
저기요, 휴대님, 돌아가신 거 아니었어요?
다짜고짜 고인 취급이라. 역시 심리전의 달인다워. 난 어제 회식의 여파로 속이 망가졌을 뿐이야.
I hate this. I hate this. Like, it would have been funnier if she just said that she got better or that she was taking a nap. I'm sorry, this is just like no. This isn't making the game better.
그럼 그 피는?
Yeah.
4차로 토마토 폭탄주를 꺾었지.
So you had a Bloody Mary is what you had.
뒤통수는 뭐였는데?
8차가 끝나고 그만 토해놓은 거 위를 굴렀지. 뒤통수가 착 달라붙던데?
You know, Hugh, my honest reaction to that as well.
역시 반장님이야! 시궁창을 구르는 정도는 껌이지!
Hyeon, shut the fuck up.
아, 들어!
Yeah, also same, but also your reaction is mine.
어쭈 그래? 되게 깔끔 떤다?
Girl, take a shower.
야, 이거 봐라. 애비 묻힌다.
What the fuck?
아, 하지마! 하지마!
Well, at least they're making me appreciate Hugh's voice actor. He's fun here, but that's as much as I can say. He twisted his body to dodge the bomb, made Seung-yeon chase him. Doyoon pushed him away and squeezed in.
제발 미친 짓거리 stop!
Thank you, Doyoon.
장래의 약속인 자백신인가?
슬픈 오디오를 준비하겠습니다.
No, Hyeon, shut up.
깔지 마.
Yeah, thanks, Doyoon.
아, 진짜 깔지 마!
I mean, I like the piano piece, but could you not? Thanks.
들어봐. 세일이도, 혜성이도, 피디님도 있어.
I have to appreciate the fact that they put the little sound of like, you know, the stopping and starting of a cassette when they put in, you know. It's the details. This is bad, but the details are good. It's like they almost managed to do something reasonable here. For a comedy, the comedy ending, which I hate, is more entertaining than the rest of the game. That's the level we've gotten, people. That's where we're at. God, I wish I had an edible. It's the worst.
아무도 안 죽었잖아. 근데 뭐가 범인이야?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing that I've been reasoning this entire time. If no one actually fucking died, then how are you a murderer?
애초에 피해자가 없다고.
Yep, there it is.
What the?
Don't English me. I wonder if they do that in the Japanese. What do they do in the English voice acting? I guess they don't do that. They don't, you know. Unless they do it in Spanish. I guess that's funny. That was as sharp as a razor blade. I've proven my innocence, yeah! At that moment, Chef Shane whispered in Cell's ear.
그래. 사실 한도윤은
Yeah?
무대 폭파범이었어.
What? What? Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I like the faces. This is a good CG. I hate that this is a good CG. This is an incredibly good CG, and it's in the fucking comedy ending. Again, Detective Conan reference. Fucking stupid. What the fuck is up with you? But like their expressions here. Their expression. Can I? Which was it to lower the? Yeah, there. Like, look at this expression. The expressions are good. It is actually funny. This is actually good. Whoever drew this shit, you have my regards. Even if you work on a very bad game.
멀쩡한 무대가 폭삭 주저앉은 사건.
But it wasn't well constructed.
범인은 한도윤이었던 거야.
Okay, but no one died, so what's the worst that I did? Arson?
우와, 나도 그거 몰랐네. 추리짱. 짱은 개뿌리 짱이야. 아까 전까진 살인이라며.
나쁜 꿈이라도 꾸신 모양이군요. 괜찮습니다.
자백에는 용기가 필요하잖아. 이해해야지.
그래. 사람은 미워하되 죄는 미워하지 말. 아니, 반대네.
Shut up, you.
어쨌든 석세스.
I'm going to kill Cell. I know he's dead, but
몸은 F디어도 두뇌는 그대로. 언제나 진실은 하나.
they put the fucking jingle again. Look, I get it. It's a fucking. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Oh lordy, oh lord.
빡치게 할래?
Yeah, same, Duyan.
여기서 질문. 이제 상황 끝?
당연한 말씀입니다.
그럼 구조대는?
Yeah, actually, you still need to get rescued.
순간 이동으로 온다는 기쁜 소식입니다.
But
참 좋은 세상이죠? 하하하. 순간 이동도 되고 막.
I hate this.
이거 배경 대체 뭐야? 드레땡볼이야?
Really?
대충 그렇다 치고 이만 쪽내자.
얼씨구. 아유 형, 규혁이 형.
Yeah, wait. Aren't you gonna help me?
실례지만 절 아시나요?
Yeah, wait. You piece of shit. As you're tired of Duyun wasn't even able to resist anymore.
또 한 건 해결하셨군요.
What do you get positive influence from that? Again?
수고하셨습니다, 남세희 감정님.
Oh, it's with Cell. They'll put on a warm smile, which we had never seen him do before.
뭐 이런 정도를 가지고 앞으로도 내 충실한 쫄따구답게 삽질에 매진해달라고.
I wish I could kill him right now.
저야 영원한 종 아니겠습니까? 딸랑딸랑.
I hate this.
너무 귀여운데 깨물어주고 싶게 그러지 말라고.
Okay, who was the BL writer in this game? First the yaoi, not this shit. It's not even that I'm against it, I just want to know who was it. No, seriously, who was the BL writer for this shit? I know that you've written BL, it's obvious. Stop, you delusional freaks! Agreed.
자, 우린 이 악독한 범죄자를 빵에 쳐넣고 회식이나 때립시다.
I hate every single part of this.
전 소고기가 땡깁니다.
Pity cheesecake, really?
난 이태리 음식. 난 쫄깃한 오리고기.
전 싱싱한 화로회.
Yaoi, why do you have to have good taste?
난 칼칼한 중화요리.
정의가 실현된 이 시점에 메뉴 좀 갈리는 게 무슨 대수겠습니까? 갑시다. 오늘은 내가 쏜다. 빠!
I hate it. So Holmes led the way and the rest applauded. Dean was dragged away with a rope tied tightly around his waist.
와, 진짜 뭔데? 저는 플레이인데.
좋은 질문이야.
Still moonwalked towards Zuyun and stopped in front of it. Moonwalked? He moonwalked? Okay.
뭐긴 뭐야?
Uh-huh.
게임 오버지.
Yeah, I know it's a pattern. It's a comedy pattern. I know, sweetie. So pull ahead again, horse dancing to the beat of Gangnam Style. I hate it. 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 I hate every part of this. I hate it. I hate it. It's more passable than the actual game, and yet I hate it. I guess maybe because it produces an emotion in me. Like this, I feel hate. The rest of the game is just so mediocre and boring that I don't feel anything. Thank God that I have to like leave the house and go to the pharmacy today because I can like, I don't know, smell the air, touch some grass if you will.
저기 안 돼. 게임 오버 안 돼. 저기 야, 넌 이것도 각본이라고 썼니? 뒤질래?
I mean, I say that about the actual script of the game.
너 이러는 거 사장님도 아냐?
Yes, they probably do and they think it's hilarious and I hate it. It seems like I'm attracting animosity from anywhere. I need to end this now. I'm running up against a deadline.
야, 다 끝나가는데 이게 무슨 개똥 같은 전기야, 임마!
Oh, you're talking to the narrator, okay. Goodbye then.
잠깐, 야, 그게 아니야! 그게 아니라고! 그게 아니야!
I have to respect Duyun's voice actor for actually being able to deal with that shit. Bad ending. Try again 2020. In know when to act up or not. I did that on purpose, bitch. No, I'll just select my own data, thanks. That was the worst. That was the worst. It caused more emotions in me that... Wait, what? Oh wait, no, I saved it in the other one. I was confused. That's the one. My mistake. It caused more emotions in me personally than anything else, and yet it was still awful. Anyway, yaoi, but I won't forgive you for besmirching me.
실감이 안 나.
혼란스러울 거야. 나도 그래.
Yeah, but don't lie to me.
이렇게 끝이라고? 세일이가 혜성이를 해치고 샤기도?
너무 멀리 가버린 거야. 세일이는 되돌리기엔 늦은 데까지.
모르겠어. 난 아직도 뭔가 쎄해.
감당하기 벅찬 일이야.
그래. 힘들어. 지금까지 터진 일 전부.
도윤아, 곧 구조대가 올 거야. 그럼 정말로 다 끝나. 그렇게 생각해버려.
Yeah, wait, I'm not gonna forget because you betrayed me on the comedy ending. You piece of shit.
마지막까지 정신 똑바로 차려야 돼.
Look, I would have let you go. Well, I'm gonna let you go because there's a bad end for that. But I could have let you go if you hadn't betrayed me in the fucking comedy ending, you piece of shit.
마지막.
Bitch.
그래, 마지막.
God. There were wounds on his hands.
그거는
The kind of wounds that are made unconsciously. Ina massaged her eyes with her hands. There was a brief silence between the two. When a person hangs themselves, their body still feels pain,
말하자면
and they will instinctively struggle to cut or tear the rope in order to survive. Unless, their neck is snapped immediately, which is a common situation if you know how to wrap your goddamn nooses. Although they wanted to kill themselves, their body was your assist. Yeah, but you wouldn't get that level of damage on your hands unless you were struggling against someone.
혹시
Are there no other signs? Tell me if you have more information.
아니야.
That's all I know, and I can tell you two things. Ina raised her head and stared at Duyun. If you think it might not be suicide because of the wounds on his hand, you're probably wrong. No matter how closely you look, it's obvious he took his own life. No, Han. You're being an idiot. It literally... I'm sorry, but... I'm not saying you're wrong, because you're not. But the level of damage that he has is very unlikely to have been from scratching at the thing that he was trying to get off of him. First and foremost. And second, that's if it took him a long time to die, rather than just having his neck completely broken on a single jump. Which is, again, how nooses are supposed to work. You don't hang himself to strangulate yourself, you hang yourself to break your neck. Because that will kill you faster and less painfully. So, no. It's clear that he was attacked. Jesus fucking Christ, woman. He's stupid.
그게
I'm not sure if I can say this. Do you think he really wanted to die?
그게 아니면
Maybe he wasn't considering his death.
Huh?
What do you mean?
그러니까
We were right there, although the door was locked.
그랬지.
We talked to him up until the last minute and even considered forcing the door open.
혹시
So he probably thought we were going to save him right away and...
들렸어.
It's pointless, we can't get any answers from him anymore.
뭐
Did you think I know that?
야,
I wish I could revive and ask him.
대체
To tell me the truth. Did anyone say we wanted him to die? We only asked him to come out. Now it's like he admitted to everything.
그거는
Used to one in the dressing room. If he hadn't seen the jacket,
그게
he had used something else other than the belt and it somehow broke. Ina closed her eyes and moaned. If the shell gave in to his weight and fell down, if the metal hood had bent,
아니야.
this wouldn't have been the end. I thought Halcyon was going to be the last. Okay, that's just from the notebook. I've seen that.
볼 것도 없어.
To be honest, I didn't really see the last part. I'm just sick of the hearing about the thought process and excuses from a criminal. I might have reconsidered if he explained everything after coming clean.
아니야?
But you shouldn't blame others for your own mistakes, right? Ina rubbed her arm with her hand and asked quietly.
결국
Still, tells nothing until the end.
그래.
Yeah, he only left us with more questions. I can't understand it. I won't understand it. That's the only way I get to pull myself together. He said something about me too. Did you see it? He said I just needed to do as he said. I never asked him to make me popular. Ina sagged her shoulders. To be honest, I don't know what to say.
그건
He intervened only for his self-satisfaction. Make me popular, support me, that's ridiculous.
그게
To be honest, I was curious what you were going to say.
그래.
I agree with you. He tried to control all my actions and follow me around with a word.
아니거든.
He said he did those things for me, but I can't acknowledge it. Ina closed her mouth and fell silent for a moment. It all boils down to his defiance towards Seongyang. He tried to use me as his pawn. Was he going to claim that he attacked Hyeseong for me?
아니야.
But I never asked him to invite me into his little power game. The truth is just his self-satisfaction. Oh, but I thought I had all your appointments.
한도윤, 내가 잘못한 거야?
Well, I guess I didn't. Well, that's good, I guess. No, Han, you didn't do anything wrong.
난 그런 걸 판단할 자격이 없어.
I mean, you did things wrong, but not the things that you told me about your dad.
적어도 해명을 듣길 바랐는데
Oh, you mean about Cell's situation? Yeah, you kind of fucked up there.
영원히 달아나 버리는 게 아니라
이런 선택은 생각하지 못했어.
Ina lowered her head.
나 하나도 바뀐 게 없는 건가?
많은 걸 바꿨잖아.
거치야 바꿨지. 사람들 앞에도 나서 봤어. 쇼에서 제안하는 모습을 다 받아들였고 다른 옷 입고 다른 말하고 다른 행동을 했는데 말뚝에 메인 채로 한 바퀴 돌아온 기분이야. 뭔가 바뀐 것처럼 자기를 속이고 있었지만 결국 유피룽한테서 빠져나올 수 없었던 거야. 그 오랜 시간이 지났는데 아직도
난 피룽이라는 사람 몰라. 오이나밖에 몰라. 전 사람은 모르는 사람이야.
바뀌길 바라면서도 이건 내가 아니라고 생각해. 그럼 진짜 바라던 건 뭐였을까?
한 번에 알 수는 없는 거잖아. 자기 발로 계속 찾아갈 수밖에. 이러는 나도 너랑 다를 거 하나 없어.
Ina let out a deep sigh.
남이 바꿔줄 수는 없었어. 누가 날 바꿔주고 말고 하는 게 아니었는데. 대신 살아주는 것도 아니었고 대신 책임져주는 것도 아니야. 그냥 여기만 아니면 된다면서 도망친 거였나 봐. 이제 와서 여기에서야 이런 생각을 하다니.
Well, girl, you're traumatized and young. What do you fucking expect?
곧 나갈 거야. 찾을 수 있겠지. 진실도, 갈 길도.
알 수 있는 게 모른다는 것뿐이라니. 이렇게나 오래 힘들게 찾아야 했던 거구나. 수많은 일들 사이에서.
Ina shook her head and whispered to herself. Well, I'm glad that you got your character development, girl. What's this photo?
뭔데?
It's a photo of Seung-young and Hyeseon. Was this also part of the investigation? Ina tiredly stared at the photo.
그게
It feels weird to look at them through the photo again. I didn't really like them, but
아니야.
I didn't want to part with them like this.
맞아.
You're right, that's why I'm feeling uncomfortable. We should stop looking at this.
어쨌든
It's very clear he committed suicide. I even had a thought. I thought that there was a murderer who killed Hyeseon and he also killed Sel in the dressing room. Yeah, it's almost like that's what happened, Han. Ina slowly shook her head.
그치만
But there was no time. At least two of us kept guard by the dressing room.
그래.
Yes, we all talked to him together for a while before entering the room.
어쨌든
If someone forced themselves in, there would have been a struggle. But the dressing room wasn't that messy. There's only one answer. No, this is definitely a murder.
말하자면
The tablet was completely broken.
그랬었지.
The screen had cracks, the battery was swollen, and it wouldn't even turn on.
어쨌든
He broke it after he ran into the dressing room.
그게 아니면
If not, there's no other reason. There was no reason for him to hide his things, and there was no reason for him to run away after spilling his bag.
그렇다면
So the only conclusion we can reach is that he broke it on purpose. I mean, again, it's clearly Hyuk's thing. Like, he literally did this. It's pretty obvious.
아무래도
I guess he wanted to hide something.
그러니까
Even if we couldn't see it, he would have had to reveal it after we got out of here. And he would have to submit it to the police. He was just trying to avoid the situation at hand. Ina's blue eyes turned dark. I'm almost sad. He could have just shown it to us after deleting what he wanted to hide. What he did was pointless.
그게 아니면
Should I have screamed? You and Young went to the stage and I went to the rear door.
혹시
I thought he might try to come out through the rear door. Oh yeah, it's almost like you left the door and Hyuk attended and Hyuk had enough time to kill him in that period. Like, well, arguably had enough time. Like, look, I know that he's fucking Hyuk. Who else is gonna be? But like, Ina stared at the door to the staff corridor for a minute. I agonized over whether to say something to him or not. In the end, I said nothing. I closed my eyes and ears and just stood there. Ina, should I have said something? In the end, I didn't hear anything.
그게
I called out to him when the tremor died out, but there was no answer. When we forced ourselves in, it was already over. There wasn't much time. Ina nodded weakly and continued.
그래
That's why I feel like my head is about to burst. I was one step behind.
결국
It's my fault. I stopped the others instead of chasing him.
아니 잠깐
I don't need to hear that, you fool. If we all went and banged on the door, it would have happened sooner. That's how I see it. Ina closed her mouth and sunk her head. We didn't have enough time.
그러면
You and Young came back to the corridor and talked to Sel, right?
맞아.
Yes, he wouldn't budge. That's when the tremor came and you came out of the corridor. To the corridor, rather. When we called him again, there was no answer. We forced ourselves in. By the wall of the dark dressing room. That's where we found him. It happened only a few minutes before.
그래
Yes, just a few minutes. That's when it happened. Every group entry.
그러니까
WBSN was the name of the broadcasting company. It's WBS now, so it's been a few years. Ina suddenly stared at Duyun while mumbling to herself.
어?
According to Sel's diary, how long has he been working with Seung-young? That was 4 years, right? Yeah.
그랬었지.
I think it was about 4 years.
그래.
Yeah, it's 4 years. Whoa. You missed the comedy ending. It was awful. And yet it was better than everything that happened up until this point. Like, the entire comedy ending is a combination of a Sherlock Holmes and a Detective Conan reference. When Ciel is Detective Conan, they put the little bow tie and glasses on him. They actually play the jingle. They actually played part of the very first two, the first 2 seconds of the fucking Detective Conan jingle. Duyun is accuses himself of being the murderer. Ciel comes back after he supposedly killed himself. He's obvious he'll kill him. Haeseon appears because he's also alive. And then, look, go back. It just finished I don't know how long ago. It's like the last 30 minutes, give or take. I'm not joking. Seongyun comes back being alive. There's a scene where Ciel calls Haeseon his dog, and Haeseon woof woofs at him, and the narration calls them freaks. I'm not even joking. The yaoi bait tries to clean his hands off of the entire thing. It's better than the rest of the game because it's infuriating. It makes me feel something, and what I feel is hatred. Instead of the nothing that the rest of the game makes me feel. The yaoi bait literally just walks off while Ciel and Haeseon have their yaoi bait moment, where it's very I think that a BL writer work on this shit. I was literally asking who was a BL writer on the team because, yeah, we get it, Han.
그게
WBSN changed its name to WBS about 3 years ago. Ina took her head.
정리하면
Beastar Season 2, where he was eliminated in the preliminaries, was held 4 years ago.
그럼
So he joined the staff immediately after getting eliminated.
그러니까
I guess that's how he got this business card. He's been in show business for some time now. I can't believe he's still doing background checks. 2 men and 1 woman who wrote that shit show. Okay, I'm gonna... No offense to the men involved, because I know that some men write BL, but I'm going to assume it was the woman who wrote the comedy ending. Which explains why it's bad, but in a way that is actually acceptable instead of just boring. Also, do you want to know how Hugh Hughes' mom died? She committed suicide via insulin overdose. One of the hardest ways to die when you're a diabetic. I actually spent time explaining this because, like I mentioned before, my mother is diabetic and her mother is diabetic. So the thing about diabetes is that your sugar levels spike up. So if you have very high sugar levels, that destroys your organs from inside. And if you have very low sugar levels, your body basically enters into a coma. So is it possible to die from an insulin overdose? Technically no, because the overdose of insulin is not the thing that's gonna kill you. What's gonna kill you is a sugar drop, the hypoglycemia I think it's called. I forgot, I literally went and googled it in the middle of the stream. The hypoglycemia is what's going to kill you, because you're gonna enter basically into a coma state. But A, you can actually save someone from that by just giving them sugar in some way. B, if you're diabetic, usually your sugar levels are gonna be higher than normal, so injecting insulin should keep them on normal ranges, give or take. So you would need a lot of insulin for that, and it wouldn't be the insulin itself that kills you. And considering most of the other symptoms that you get before being on a level of sugar drop that would put you in the position of getting a coma, like you might pass out and then wake up like feeling incredibly fucked up, rather than just enter into a coma, depending on like how, like if it's happening because you're injecting insulin, it's more likely that you'll pass out and then wake up with your, you know, when your levels are normal again, or someone finds you out, than just enter into a coma outright. Like it's more likely because precisely you're injecting it. Like your sugar, like it will give you like dizziness and a bunch of other stuff before sending you right into coma into the coma situation. So like you can't just like inject insulin like that and like die. It doesn't work like that. It's not an immediate death either. Like, I'm not saying you'll survive long with your sugar level that low, but like you don't immediately are gonna like, you know, die. Like, for the record, usually low sugar levels is like from 70 milligrams in blood downwards, and from 50, like that range, 55 to 50 downwards, is usually dangerously low. My mom, again the diabetic in the family, she actually more than once has gone to go measure her like sugar in blood, as you do when you're diabetic, and she had like 45, 40, because she tends to have like big spikes and then big drops. And she was standing on her feet, perfectly normal, except that she complained about feeling dizzy and having some tingling on her lips, which is the first few signs that you get from that kind of stuff. So like, she's not dying. She would need to have her blood sugar drop way lower than that for her to just simply pass out and die. So the idea that Hugh-Hugh's mom could have died from a insulin overdose without anyone, not even his own son, checking on her is very, very unlikely and hilariously ridiculous. Like, it's bad. It's bad writing. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's so improbable that it just feels unrealistic if you know anything about diabetes. So I'm just like, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad is what I mean. It's bad. Again, the comedy ending is stupid, but at least it's like somewhat enjoyable in this stupidity. It's still bad though. I guess it has some kind of meaning. He also had Seung-Yoon's business card.
그럴지도.
I just thought it might hold some meaning since he kept it.
그래.
Yeah, how would we know? Ina nodded and shuddered. We can't even tell truth from lies. It feels like it's been ages since we found Seung-Yeon. I'm not even sure if the rescue team is really coming.
괜찮아.
They are making their way in right now.
그래.
Yes, we need to get out of here so that we can learn the details. I have to hurry up. Might go crazy if I had to stay down here much longer. Looks like he's been doing some gathering. He really have to work this hard just because Seung-Yeon told him to.
그런 거야?
Did he want her approval or just wanted to avoid getting fired? Now that I've seen this far, I'm not really sure. Gonna grab Do-yeon on the shoulder.
한도윤.
Maybe by the shoulder. Do-yeon, let's get out of here now. The audition, the discussions, mysteries, it's all over. We need to get from here. Oh, wait. Also, I forgot to mention during the comedy ending, by the end, Seal moonwalks into us, like, you know, the dancing backwards, Michael Jackson moonwalking, and then afterwards he leaves the hallway doing as if he's riding a horse because he's dancing to Gangnam Style. And before you ask, wait, really? The narration literally uses the words Gangnam Style, because that's exactly what he's doing. They reference Dragon Ball too. It's... Someone get me a blunt. Look, again, it's more interesting than the actual plot, but only because it's so stupid. Also, it has a great CG. The CG for that is great. There's a good CG in that entire ending. It's a good CG, I swear. But that's about it. We need to get away from here. It's not the time to think about why or how he did it. Yeah. I didn't get a clear look. I barely managed to keep myself together after Hesiod's incident, but I think this is as much as I can bear. Young braced herself with both arms and shuddered. He could just pay for his wrongdoings after getting out of here. But we wondered was his confession, not this. Also, it's worth mentioning that people are arguing that Ciel's, like, he has damage in his hands and nails, like he has blood. Ina was arguing that that's because he tried to scratch the implement of suicide in this situation, because he supposedly hanged himself. Is clearly not. He clearly did not hang himself. It's clearly Hyuk. But like, she tries to argue about that, and he's like, "No, hon, that's not how it works." First of all, and I'm gonna repeat myself when I say this.
네.
First of all, because the main thing about committing suicide by hanging is that you wanna make it so it breaks your neck. Like, the idea of hanging is that it breaks your neck and you die instantly from, you know, the neck breaking. If you strangulate, then you did not do the noose correctly. Like, you didn't calculate the height correctly, or just it's not long enough, whatever the fuck. Like, the fall is not large enough, whatever. Point is, you use gravity to break your neck, you don't use it to strangulate. First and foremost. So, if he was trying to hang himself, like, that's a first mistake, because he would probably be smart enough to realize that he needs to break his neck and not, you know, strangulate himself. Second, every other proof points at the belt that he's using not being the strangulation object. Like, the way that the marks on his neck look and are located makes no sense for any kind of hanging, even one where you die by strangulation. So he fought with someone like Han. It's so stupid. Like, this is basic, like, detective show bullshit. I feel the same. I guess I can't stop talking about it, because even for me it's hard to accept what happened.
물론이야.
I think everyone knows that we must stop thinking, that we need to calm down and let the police take care of the rest. My mind knows that, but my heart isn't ready to accept that. Oh hey, final rapport event.
이게 진실인 걸까? 이런 마지막은 절대 바라지 않았어.
I mean, the comedy ending is slightly less painful if you ask me, even if I hated every second of it. You can touch her forehead with her hands through her long hair.
세일이 도망쳐버린 걸지도 몰라요. 자신이 한 일을 마주보지 못하고서.
어쩌면 그럴지도. 누구나 마주하기 무서운 게 있으니까.
Young raised her head again.
난
Yeah?
마주보기 시작해야겠어.
Okay.
점점 더 그렇게 생각하게 됐어. 이제 도망 안 가. 날 팔아넘기려고 했던 사람, 다시 모욕한 사람, 누구한테서도.
I'm very proud of your character development, sweetie.
입 다문 채 죽기보단 정면으로 붙어보겠어.
I wasn't even sure if I should call it development. Yoon shook her head and straightened herself.
멤버들한테도 그때 일을 솔직히 이야기할 거야.
Oh, like you should have done since the beginning.
외롭고 힘들었었다고. 미안했다고.
A dim light cast a shadow on the side of Yu Young's face. Yoon took a step forward.
이상해? 갑자기 이런 말 하니까?
I mean, nothing like a life or death situation to make you reconsider every single choice you've done in your life.
난 대단하다고 생각해요.
You did something I failed to do, Yoon said to himself.
더 난타당하게 될지도 모르겠어.
어쩌면요.
그치만 이제 방패 대신 창을 잡아볼래.
방패가 창으로 변하고 있다고 했었죠?
Oh, so that's why the achievement for getting your final report when it's called Lancer.
맞아. 이제 두 손에 쏙 들어오네. 창.
Funny.
내가 싸우는 거 지켜봐 줬으면 좋겠어. 다음 라운드에선 절대 안 질 테니까.
Whatever you say, Han. I'm sorry, but I can't really talk about that. I can't even bear to see it, okay?
괜찮아요.
I shouldn't have said that. It's okay. Yoon took a deep breath with a worried look on her face. I thought he got angry and ran away because he wanted to survive.
분명해.
I'm sure of it.
모르겠어.
And how should we interpret the situation? Our sort of his despair, our confession? My thought was way off the mark. I was completely wrong.
왜일까?
What did he think of using the belt? He probably happened to see it hanging there. It was always hanging there.
아마도
Maybe.
역시
But something bothers me. Cell barely came to the dressing room.
아무래도
We mostly used it on the stylist.
그러고 보니
It wasn't long before we entered the room after we would talk to Cell.
그때
During that short period of time, he found the belt and hung himself. Yoon put her hands on her chest and took short, deep breaths. Easy, Yoon, cut your breath first.
그래.
Yes, I'm doing that. It will all come out in the wash after the police investigation.
그러고 보니
The last page.
글쎄요.
I think he gave up in despair.
그래.
He was having severe mood swings.
아무래도
It was the last diary entry in his notebook, and I don't think his emotion ended there. Yoon stopped herself and let out a sigh. I should stop comparing his situation with my experience.
그런가요?
Your experience? What kind of...
그게
When I was away from this industry, I wrote in my diary whenever I had a hard time.
확실히
If someone read it, they would have thought I was very depressed. And if I had done something bad to myself, they would have regarded my diary as a suicide note. Yoon shook her head as if to shake off bad thoughts.
난
Only the last page of Cell's diary was crumpled. I thought he did that to overcome his painful feelings on that day. But in the end, it really happened.
결국
He wanted to hide his mind till the end. He hated against Young and himself.
생각해봐.
Every time he tried to do something, he always took a step back and gave up. And the collapse and unexpected events followed. Young stopped there and closed her mouth.
결국
I might have done something that cannot be undone. That's the truth we've learned so far.
그치만
But I keep having doubts somewhere deep inside my head. Is this real? Is this really the end? We can no longer hear Cell's explanation. We should have stopped him from running away. Yeah. Come on.
그건
The photo with the date on it. Isn't the photo and the one who took the photo are all gone now?
도대체
Can you believe that everything happened in just a few hours? I can, because you're all stupid. Yoon closed her eyes and fell silent.
난
What was going on in the scene and where the photo was taken don't matter now. But it's also a part of the background check.
그럼
That means Cell tails Seungyoon too.
그러니까
That's what I'm saying. I'm getting scared of digging for the truth now.
그나마
It was messy, but not as messy as we thought it would be. Cell was the only person in the dressing room.
아무래도
Maybe the room got messy because of the tremor that occurred before we entered the room.
그게
Or he was struggling at the end and Yoon covered her face behind her long hair.
아시잖아요.
The rescue team will arrive here soon. We need to pull ourselves together until then.
알아.
I know,
그치만
but it just happened right before my eyes. I just can't let the thoughts go away. Oh, right, I forgot. The funny haha ending starts, for the record, it starts with Do-yoon accusing himself of being the criminal. And he does this by doing a really silly voice and implied V sign anime girl pose, which we cannot see because of all the things that they decided not to draw. That was one of them.
아무래도
I think that's important to mention. We couldn't check his tablet.
그래요.
It didn't even turn on.
분명히
I saw the swollen battery.
어?
Swollen? Yeah, which is weird. Like, broken is one thing, but swollen battery is weird.
생각해봐.
Yes, the device was swollen and the screen was broken. If the device is swollen, you can consider it as totally broken.
그럼
When do you think the tablet was broken?
그게
Devices don't swell up like that all at once. It must have been a while ago.
아마
At least a few days.
그러면
So it's very likely that he never used a device while in here. You're right, unless an expert repairs it. Yoon put her hand on her sweaty forehead.
그러면
So why was he carrying it?
이거면
Why did he try to hide it? And why did he run away after some things were revealed?
모르겠어.
We'll never know why. What I know is that the device was broken a long time ago. We shouldn't have been looking for other solutions.
확실히
We should have stayed by the door and kept talking to him.
아니
No, maybe we should have forced the door open. Yoon mumbled to herself with a confused look on her face.
아시잖아요.
Yoon, we were looking for solutions one at a time. We went to look for the master key because we thought it would be dangerous to force ourselves in.
그치만
But
저기
I keep thinking about other possibilities too. But at the end of the day, I end up blaming myself for the others.
아니야.
I'm not trying to hold any of us responsible for Cell's death.
알아.
I know, even if you go over what we could have done to prevent his death, nothing really changes. Nobody wanted this tragedy. But we couldn't persuade him right away.
그때
He was a lie behind the door, he really was. We talked, asked questions, and he answered.
혹시
Then,
했는데
in an instant, Yoon paused for a minute and covered her mouth.
괜찮아요?
You okay, Yoon?
어
Just a little dizzy, but okay now. Yoon raised her head while taking a deep breath.
도대체
Yoon, what did we have to do to stop him? I don't know. It pains me every time I think about another possibility. And I'm not sure how I should organize my thoughts. I mean, to be fair, I could tell you how you could have stopped him from getting killed. Getting killed. And that would have been keeping Hyuk away from him. Just saying.
왜였을까?
He had his old business card with him. It had the floor director's title printed on it, so he must have received it when he became a full-time worker. Yoon briefly stared at the logo on the business card.
그러고
How
보니
long did they work together? For 4 years? He had been dealing with those self-destructive thoughts for that period, I guess.
아마도
I don't think he felt that way from the beginning.
그래
Yes, everyone feels fresh in the beginning. Although, we will never get to hear what he felt like in the beginning.
그러고 보니
He also has Yoongyun's old business card. Well, yeah, he worked with her.
그런가요?
The same TV program which Seo had worked on. She was a producer even back then.
도윤아
Does the name of the TV program ring a bell?
글쎄요.
Scoop Enter Behind? I think I saw a news article about it, but I don't know much about it. Young briefly stared at the logo on the business card.
그건
That's the TV program that makes Young famous. It was a celebrity gossip show.
어?
A gossip show?
그렇지
She was notorious for her persistent and aggressive coverage. They chose provocative items and achieved great success. Ah yes, nothing like those kind of shitty shows.
그렇다는 건
I guess the background checks tradition began at that point. Even after joining Beastar, she maintained her style.
분명해.
Maybe for Sung Young, it was a guaranteed formula for success, and we were the variables. Yep. Young shook her head bitterly.
일단은
Another producer is still running the program, but it's not as popular as when Sung Young used to be the producer, though. Do you think they'll talk about us on the news? Probably.
모르겠어.
Why even bother to obtain our consent if they were going to just keep digging? Oh yeah, a hilarious note for the record because you weren't here for that. So one of the things we found out is that they went as far as to do like how do I put this? So they tried to get a paternity test done for Hyuk to see if his dad was actually his dad, which it confirmed it, but they did it without his consent. So they did paternity tests behind someone's back, among other stuff. Like the level of criminal acts that they were doing, like all of that's illegal. Like there's so many illegal shit that they did just for this stupid fucking like American Idol style show. So stupid. Like, this is the kind of shit that A, leaves a paper trail, a literal paper trail, and B, it's legal.
그래요.
Fucking incredible. Actually, their private policy didn't mean anything. The contract only contained a clause to obtain our consent.
분명해.
It's literally unfair. Ing stared at the far corner of the corridor with a bitter look on her face. Do you think it was the same for the staff who did background checks? I mean, Ciel clearly knew.
아무래도
Maybe he was forced to conduct background checks. Ciel's diary proves it.
맞아.
You're right. You saw how scared and desperate he was. He's just terminated his contracts with the background check agencies. It's clear they continue the background checks internally. The feelings of embarrassment and anger from Ciel's diary. He didn't conduct the background checks voluntarily.
그래.
He felt a sense of shame while trying to justify his actions by saying that he was only following orders.
결국
His oppression continued. Then, triggered by the collapse here, he ended his own life. No, he clearly was killed. Like... He clearly was killed. Also, I didn't check father. Is there anything here? Let's just... Yep. Nope. Okay. Not that I care, but, you know, better check.
그랬나?
There were wounds at the tip of his fingers.
혹시
Wasn't it already there? Or maybe he got a wound while digging through the debris.
아니었어.
I didn't see it before. He hesitantly opened his mouth.
그렇다면
Maybe he held onto the belt around his neck. Maybe he decided to take his own life but later regretted his decision.
나는
I have no way of knowing.
그럴 거야.
It's the same for everyone here. You need to stop empathizing. It's too dangerous. Calm down. Ah, that's coming for the man who definitely killed everyone. Good.
도인아,
You need to pull yourself together.
괜찮아.
I'm fine. Something's just been bothering me.
그게
The wound went around his neck like a circle.
혹시
Do you look that closely?
무리야.
Don't overdo it, do you? Cell didn't die because of you. No need to punish yourself. I know, but I need to think.
도인아,
You need to focus. You need to get out of here physically and mentally. No, I know that you killed them. I'm gonna keep being annoying because I know you did it.
그건
Check that the bell was pulled out from. It was mine. He used that to. He could quietly sank his head.
솔직히
If you look around, it sticks out immediately. The jacket was always hanging over there. He acted impulsively. The clothing always hanging by the wall caught his eyes, and he pulled out the belt to.
그랬지.
The door was about to burst open. He looked around and found the belt from the jacket that was always hanging by the wall. He used a piece of my clothing because he wanted to send me a message.
도윤아,
Duyan, it was just hanging there.
아니야.
It wasn't meant for him to use. He gently grabbed Duyan on the shoulder. Thanks, Yaivate. You need to pull yourself together. I know that it was you, Han. That's why you're reassuring me about this. I know. Don't worry about it.
뭐랄까.
You read it, right? He was angry, disappointed, and had expectations.
결국
But in the end, he gave himself up in despair. Just like in Danganronpa. Duyan thought about the page of the notebook. That he'll be swayed by empty dreams and continue to commit sins. Yeah, what's up?
그래도
But he should not have run away, throwing away his life like this.
그치만
There were several chances to turn things around. Yeah, Hugh again. You're the one who killed him. I know that it was you. Hugh slowly nodded. And each time he failed to be honest.
그럴까?
What Sale wrote in his notebook probably reflects his true thoughts.
도윤아,
Don't go too deep.
어쩌면
That diary entry was his suicide note. Han, I know that you killed him. Hugh slowly opened his eyes. Don't sink into the swamp of despair before your eyes. But that's what Junko Enoshima would have wanted. Oh. Is this your fourth of your fifth? Okay, yeah, this is the last one. The achievement for your last report event is called Wreck? Okay, sure, okay.
형, 괜찮아?
Are you gonna confess to all the murdering?
넌 어때? 많이 놀랐을 텐데.
Nah. Look, I played games with more people dying on a regular basis.
사실 혼란스러워.
I mean, they could kiss. It would be better. Like, if they kiss, the game would be like, not good, but like 10% more appreciable. Not even entertaining, just capable of being appreciated.
조금만 참아. 마음을 가라앉히고.
That's what she said.
알겠어. 형도
네가 괜찮아야 나도 괜찮아져.
Gay. You can move closer and pat Duyan on his shoulder. Just hug him like a normal person.
내 얘길 이만큼 한 사람 너뿐이야.
Right, about your mom, yeah. He could raise his tilted head. Uh-huh.
참 이상하지? 여태 안 했던 얘긴데.
이런 때라 할 수 있는 얘기였을지도 몰라.
No, Duyan, it's because he's yaoi baiting you. Yuga shook his head and then looked at Duyan again.
너여서 할 수 있었어.
Gay.
무너질 때 구해주지 않았다면
Uh-huh.
아무 말도 아무것도 못한 채로 끝났을 거야.
And you wouldn't have killed 3 people. Which, admittedly, is the only thing that makes you interesting. Like, the murder. Only one of those was premeditated. He paused momentarily. His wandering eyes were fixed on Duyan again. Gay.
혼자 남았을 때 목소리가 말을 걸었어.
Uh-huh.
어딘가 날 끌고 들어가려는 소리.
Uh-huh.
엮이는 모두를 불행에 몰아넣고 혼자 남을 거라는.
I mean, hon, if you keep killing people, yeah.
그때 가장 간절한 건 사람이었어. 형제를 바란 건지도 몰라. 둘이었음 헤매는 시간이 더 짧지 않았을까?
Yes, quote unquote brother. Yeah, we get it, Han.
혼자 보내는 시간도 쓸모없는 건 아니야.
그치만 길고 힘들었으니까. 난 그렇게 심지가 고든 사람이 못 되거든.
Look, you've been dealing with the fact that you killed 3 people, 2 of them non-premeditated. I feel like you're very strong-minded, just a little fucked up.
그런 사람이 서바이벌 오디션에서 여기까지 와?
They could kiss. They should be kissing right now, but you know, there's 2 girls in the room who are also not making out, so you know, we're stuck here.
난 그대로도 괜찮다고 생각해.
Gay. You could squint it under the blurred lights.
너도야.
Gay.
주변 얘긴 신경 끄고 자길 믿어. 이상하네. 이런 말 전엔 못했던 건데.
He could raise his head again.
도윤아,
Yes.
무슨 일이 있어도 널 밖으로 보낼 거야. 무사히.
Gay.
남 보내고 말고 할 때는 아니지. 다 나가야지.
Also, you say that, but then the comedy ending comes around. I get arrested, and you're like, oh, I don't know who you are, excuse me. You goddamn fucking piece of shit. Read us, don't worry, I won't kill you. Kinda, yeah, I guess that's how you can read it.
그래. 우린 곧 여기서 나갈 거야. 결국
The novel was his diary after all.
그럴까?
This is probably what he wanted to hide.
어쩌면
Maybe. There was something else, but he destroyed it. He could quietly look around the dressing room. But now we are only aware of the outcome. He ran here, and this is how it ended. Since Cell decided to keep his mouth shut, all the other theories are just wild speculation. Except for the part where he Gangan style away from us
그게
in the comedy ending. I'm still not over that. It literally says Gangnam Style in narration. We get it, this was made in 2018. Well, no, actually this was made in 2020. Wait, in that case, wouldn't they could have used a different song from the guy? He must have had a reason for creating that photo. Oh god, what if in the original Korean is actually a different song, but because they know that an English-speaking audience wouldn't know shit about it, they just put Gangnam Style there. Oh, that kind of makes it worse. Well, it makes it better and worse in a way. A secretly taken photo of Seungyeong and Haeseong. Indeed. He could slowly continue while looking at Dewey and remain quiet.
아무래도
I think the two of them had a relationship beyond what we know. Actually, I know about it because Haeseong actually told me about it before you kill him.
솔직히
For the matter, like I got all of his report events before you kill him, so I know that they were dating. He told me outright. I also saw them meeting each other in private. Ian caught his breath. You saw them together? Did Sam investigate that as well?
그렇다는 건
Since Youngyeon was also involved, I guess still did it on his own.
맞아.
He was probably thinking of exposing it when he couldn't bear her anymore.
결국
Sniping both Haeseong and Seungyeong with one little shot.
그땐
The date on the photo is September 15th,
그건
near the end of the preliminaries. Now those in the photo and the one who took it are all gone. It's a little messy, but it's not as bad as when we first came in.
결국
Does this mean he did take his own life? No, Hyuk, I know you did it. Please. Like, I know that you did it, Han. You don't have to lie to me. Goddamn yaoibait.
그럴지도.
That might be true.
만약에
If something else happened, the place should be messier. Hyuk slowly nodded.
그건
The place is not that messy.
아무래도
Is it because Seal was feeling agitated when he first entered? Maybe he bumped into something or he caused a riot. That's a weird way to... I mean, I get what you mean, but that's a weird way to say it. You could check Duyun's face.
그랬지.
Seal made a mistake and he chose to run away instead of confessing to it and taking responsibility. You might think I'm trying to match the evidence with the conclusion, but this is what I believe. At least we should be able to keep everyone that remains sane. Except you, because you're going to the police for life, for 3 murders. The tablet wouldn't turn on.
그랬어.
I think it was broken. The exterior was damaged and the device was swollen.
막연해.
When do you think it was broken?
아마도
Maybe he said he didn't have a device because it was broken in the first place.
그치만
But Duyun, in that case, people usually say the device is broken. They don't say that there's no evidence.
결국
The police will check what's on the tablet, but I don't think they will tell us. We might never know what's on it.
도윤아,
Duyun, you look really upset. Makes me think I should have moved quickly before Cell decided to take his own life.
몰랐어.
Nobody thought this was going to happen except for me because I planned it.
어쩌면
Evan Cell probably had no idea about this outcome. I mean, I don't know if he was expecting you to kill him. But still, probably. I'm clearly responsible for the situation. I could have changed the outcome. He shook his head firmly. Thank you for the support, yaoibait.
그치만
You chose a way that was less dangerous. Taking a leap at the door was your final decision and you even took the risk.
그래도
But
나도
I'm the one who was helpless while standing in front of the door. I sent you and Yuyun to the stage for the master key and I just waited there after Ina went to the rear door.
그렇다면
I'm the one who's solely responsible for this.
아니었어.
Hyuk, that's not what I wanted to hear from you. I'm sorry, I'll try to calm down. Take all the time in the world, but don't blame yourself. Because it's definitely my fault. Because I killed him.
아마
Maybe he thought he couldn't change things and was waiting for his imminent doom.
어쩌면
Sungyun might have protected Cell.
그치만
After all, he was following her orders, but she's not here. If everything had been revealed, his career would have been in jeopardy. I think he only worked as a staff member after joining Beastars.
그래서
That's why he chose such extreme measures?
그건
I can only imagine. He could slowly open his eyes. When you're in despair, your thoughts can wander.
결국
I think that was supposed to be wonder, not wonder. Cell envied and hated Seung Young. He left her and fell into disarray because he followed her orders. And in the end, he probably chose to follow her. You know, to death.
그건
Except not really, because I killed him. He had his old business card.
그러면
Not on his diary in the notebook were his only belongings. It did have an important meaning.
혹시
What do you think he carried with him?
아무래도
It probably shows that Seung Young recognized him for his performance. One was Seung Young's dual business cards for the same program.
아니었어.
What awaited him at the end were reckless background checks and exploitation. The relationship was doomed. Hyuk, of course he didn't know how this would have ended. Hyuk held Duyun by his arm while he was sinking his head.
도윤아,
Duyun, don't let the thought consume you.
무리하지 마.
Stop blaming yourself, like I'm the one who did it. Everyone's in the same place. You need to pull yourself together.
아무래도
It only proves that Seung-young and Sale were in this together.
그런 것 같아.
If you see the diary, it's been over several years.
그런 거면
And Seung-young asked him to conduct the background checks. He could blurt it out with a grim look on his face.
그리고
Sale came back to Beastars even after he was eliminated in the preliminaries. How do you think he felt while digging up dirt on the contestants?
그랬지.
He was clearly angry.
그치만
But he successfully completed the given task. Maybe the relationship between Sale and Seung-young was that of love and hate. Well, I think it was at least for Sale, although I'm not so sure about Seung-young.
솔직히
It didn't have to be the show. He could have leaked the info here and there to create issues. Or they could have released a news article via Father or other media.
그건
Not so different from what Seung-young did.
그렇다면
We had to face him every day when he was doing this kind of work.
대체
I wonder what his thoughts were when he was looking at us. Sale and Seung-young. Neither of them are here now. Yuki nodded slowly. His wandering eyes turned to Duyun again. We'll never get to hear it from him. But still, I'm just really curious. Okay, let's make a save, because thankfully... Yeah, no, let's save it here. So, thankfully, this is the last conversation before having like a billion of bad ends and also the good end. So, okay, we have like 10 minutes. Let's do the first bad end if the game lets me do it. And we'll leave it at that, and then we'll do all of the bad ends plus the true ending. And also the C route next time. Because I hate myself. Oh, come on. His head was about to burst. It never ends. Oh, hi, Plugho, again. I'm a bit worried. Transfer keeps failing. Why do you want to have your host plugs? Slut? A dry voice emerged from his parched lips. I don't know how far you want to dig into. To be honest, from here, I don't know what's really happening in there. Don't look only at people's reaction, but also the clues, and review the whole thing again. I'm not sure this message will reach you. Just hang in there.
결론까지도.
Feeling someone's gaze, Duyun turned around while mumbling to himself.
이젠 다 끝난 거 맞지? 세일이 서해선 그렇게 하고 궁지에 몰려서 저런 걸로. 달리 생각할 여지 이젠 없어.
As she finished talking, she quietly bit her lip.
이젠 어쩔 수 없다고 생각해.
그대로 받아들이긴 힘든 얘기지만
Yun's face was pale and Hugh stepped in to help her. Yun was now the only one whining and who couldn't accept the reality.
아직 끝나지 않았다고 생각해. 세일이가 정말 자살한 걸까? 난 아직도 마음에 걸려.
도윤아,
Look, it's obvious that he didn't. Come on.
지금 예능해? 이게 무슨 추리 쇼인 줄 알아?
I've been playing detective the entire time.
도윤아, 넌 할 만큼 했어.
Shut up, yeah, wait, I know it's you.
눈앞의 사실을 뒤집고 말고는 우리가 할 일이 아니야.
Yun panted heavily.
누나, 괜찮아요?
괜찮아. 나는
어떤 게 그렇게 맘에 걸리는데? 분장실 문 잠겨 있을 때 벌어진 일이잖아. 거기 어디가 문제라는 건데?
That's 내뿐.
목에 난 상처야. 세일이는 선반에 건 가죽끈에 목을 매달았어. 그치만 뭔가 이상해. 위화감이 느껴졌다고.
위화감이라니? 어떤? 사실 나 목까지는 자세히 못 봤어.
나도 마찬가지야.
Oh, shut up. You're the one who strangled him.
사막 거기까진 볼 수가 없었어.
You're fine, honey.
자세히 본 사람은 도윤이 너뿐인 것 같아.
The only man with the balls to look at a goddamn fucking corpse and he's a fucking failed femboy.
어디서 이상하다고 느꼈는지 알려줄 수 있겠어?
What am I not surprised?
뭔지 말해봐. 나도 생각해보게. 기분상 그렇다는 말은 아니길 바래. 자, 어떤 게 이상했어?
상처. 목을 한 바퀴 두른 것처럼 빙 돌려져 있었어.
Yeah.
그런데 처음 봤을 때 세일이 목에 걸린 끈은
Yeah, thicker and not actually wrapped around his neck.
뜸들이지 말고!
끈은 턱 아래 걸린 상태였어.
도윤인 네 말은
He even grabbed her neck with her hands.
끈자국. 그러니까 상처가 목 앞에만 있어야 한다는 거야?
Yes, actually, that is exactly what I'm saying.
네, 맞아요. 한 바퀴 돌린 상처랑 턱에 걸린 끈 상태가 안 맞아요. 끈 상태로만 보면 목이 매달렸을 때 몸부림치다 떨어져 버렸을 거예요.
우리가 본 건 그냥 매달린 상태였어.
둘 중에 하나일 거야. 목이 매달려서도 전혀 몸부림치지 않았던가, 목이 매달렸을 때 벌써 몸부림칠 수 없는 상태였던가.
Mad details. Everyone suddenly fell silent.
그럼 이제 어떻게 해야 돼?
Ina slowly opened her mouth.
동기가 없다. 자살이 아닌 것 같다. 이런 얘기들이 나오는데
You're not helping with that attitude, girl.
그럼 대체 어떻게 죽었다는 거야?
He got fucking murdered.
어떻게라면...
That's how.
분장실에 들어가기 전에 우리 넷은 문 앞에 있었어. 세일이가 가라고 한 뒤에 강제로 들어갔고. 자살 말고는 해석할 방법이 없어.
맞아. 내 말도 그거야.
모든 의혹이 부질없다는 거야?
솔직히 그런 것 같아.
Don't
아니야?
worry. Don't worry, Duyan. We'll deal with the fact that the murderer is right in front of you, like next time. Aina's reaction to that. Duyan asked himself over and over. Black Hole advised him to review not only the clues but also the conclusion. But what is he supposed to do? He wanted to stop grilling everybody, including himself. Duyan let out a ruffled sigh. You were right, he had done his best, he had no more strength to cling on to it. Zell despised Hesian. Zell murdered Hesian, who tried to find an unusual way to survive the auditions. Zell locked himself in the dressing room when his crimes and past were about to be exposed. At the edge of fear and despair, he chose to take his own life. This was what had really happened. No, it not. Everyone saw, experienced, and justified it. This was the truth everyone wanted to believe. Gameplay streaming is set up for distribution revenue setting is what? This game is 4 years old. I'm sorry. This game is 4 years old. What the fuck? What do you mean it's not allowed? It's 4 years old. What visual novel does that these days? Everybody fucking streams what? Like, it's not like I'm getting money out of this. I'm not. Like, I'm not. It's not like I'm a big YouTuber or like, well, YouTuber. I have the watch channel just. It's not like I'm a big streamer or anything, but like, I'm sorry, what? This is a 4-year-old game. Like, it's not even a good game. Like, you think that people are gonna, like, no. What the fuck? Okay, that was the dumbest shit I have ever, like, no, I'm sorry. Like, it's one thing to put, like, a spoiler thing of, like, oh, hey, you know what, the spoilers end at this, like, it's considered, like, the game is considered spoiler territory at this point. What the fuck? You put that at the very end of the game. Like, can I point out that they put that screen at the very end of the game? Like, if you told me they put it at the beginning, I could take it, because it's like, yeah, you would generally tell people, hey, you cannot profit from this at the very beginning. What do you mean they put it at the end? Like, right when you're getting some of the endings and going to for the true end route. I'm sorry, what? I'm going to become the Joker. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let's ignore that happened. Do you and Weekly lower... Do you and Weekly lower her head?
그래, 맞아. 세일이가 분장실에 혼자 있었던 건 분명한 사실이야. 어떤 의혹도 그걸 뒤집을 순 없어. 내가 너무 내 생각에만 빠져 있었어.
The sum of thoughts began to die down. Everyone moved closer to Do-yoon. Do-yoon patted his shoulder gently.
결국 이 안에선 알 수 없을 거란 생각이 들어.
Unless I go for the true ending.
한시라도 빨리 나가고 싶은 것뿐일지도 모르지만
누나, 이렇게 끝나는 게 맞을까요?
Do-yoon suddenly met Do-yoon's eyes.
끝인지는 아무도 몰라. 지금이 역부족일 뿐이야.
Not until I do the true end.
다른 진실이 있다면 언젠가 드러나게 될 거야. 우린 그때까지 가짜의 싸움을 하면 돼. 넌 오명에 대해서, 난 싸우겠다고 결심한 그거에 대해서.
I wonder if you don't get this scene if you don't like max the report.
각자의 싸움.
적어도 자기의 진실은 스스로가 잘 알고 있으니까.
고개 숙이지 마. 지금까지 포기하지 않았잖아.
Thank you, Yaribate.
형, 끝난 걸까? 모든 게 이걸로?
He silently stared at Do-yoon.
널 괴롭히는 질문에 시달릴 필요 없어. 날 봐. 이렇게 너랑 얘기하는 거 네가 구해준 덕분이야.
Okay.
누구한테도 못했던 내 얘기도 너한테는 할 수 있었어.
Okay.
이젠 내 차례야.
By not murdering me.
나가면 모두한테 말할 거야. 네가 정말로 어떤 사람인지.
Okay.
지금은 그것만 생각해.
Okay, thanks, Yaribate.
거울 있으면 보라고 했을 거야. 네 얼굴 완전 시커매졌어.
Yeah, because we've been trapped underground. We've been trapped under a building that is just like falling on its ass for like 6 hours, woman. Hina put her hand on Do-yoon's shoulder.
차라리 나처럼 생각해버려.
Because you're a fucking idiot.
다 다들 죗값을 치른 거라고.
And also I believe in restorative justice to a point.
피디님? 무대를 무너지게 방치하고 다른 사람들을 쥐어짰어. 서혜성은 거기 붙어서 같은 급이라도 되는 듯이 남을 협박했고, 세일이는 피디님한테 부역하다 감정에 휩쓸려서 일을 저질렀어.
단정 짓는 거야? 그걸로 괜찮아?
난 그 사람을 감방에 쳐넣고서 알았어.
Uh-huh. I mean, obviously you had to learn something from that, but what?
여지를 주면 반성은 없어. 늦을수록 고통스럽기만 해.
In no offense, Rio, that is a special case.
놓치고만 때를 곱씹으면서 계속 후회하게 된다고. 이게 내 생각이야.
Sure thing, baby girl. At that moment, there was a roaring sound in the distance. And the entire corridor began to shake.
지금까지랑 달라. 조심해.
무너진다!
도윤아.
Seksan.
난 괜찮아. 누나랑 이나는
우린 여기 있어!
또 점점 더 세져.
아예 무너지려는 건가?
Not yet. Probably. You grabbed Duyun on the shoulder. By the shoulder.
무대로 돌아가자.
그래, 무대로.
Suddenly his legs gave out. You could help him up. Thank you, Yaoi Bait.
정신 차려.
I'm awake, bitch. My legs are weak.
알겠어. 이제 괜찮아.
Oh, okay. So remember Route B by the end when we're in the hospital and we're all patched up and fucked up, and there's a mention of like Duyun having issues walking. They just reused the dialogue for this because, well, the dialogue, the narration, because this is in the other route. He doesn't get anything like he has no problem with his legs. So they reuse the narration from Route A for the ending of Route B. You can start doing nervously.
도윤아. 세일이 무대로 옮겨갈 수 있겠어?
Dude, the place is falling.
그냥 두면 여기 파묻혀 버릴지도 몰라.
You didn't do that with Hyeseong.
난 혜성이한테 갈게.
Oh, okay, fair. Duyun recovered his senses and nodded.
두 사람 먼저 무대로 가세요. 구조대에 연락해 보시고요.
Okay.
무대에서 보자. 조심해.
Careful, Yaoi, wait. He could quickly disappeared. Duyun also leaped into the dressing room. Check sounds. Duyun panted heavily, running to her cell. Duyun could hear Ina's voice from outside. Sending messages keep failing. Because it's nearly done now. The rescue team is almost there. Hold on just a little bit longer. I don't know what's going on in there. Are you still trying to find out the truth in vain? What I have read before may be helpful. Listen. Leave out everything impossible in your situation and focus on only the remaining facts. Stories you have seen and heard, clues, reactions, conclusions, and so on. There must be decisive evidence hidden. No matter how uncertain or unbelievable, that must be the truth. Thanks, Black Hole. You will get out of the hell. It would be this. That's the only way that would work. This hell alive, understand? then we could meet each other face to face. Actually, looks like he lost the signal. Do you want to tell me that you want to meet me face to face, plug hole, you fucking slut?
플러그홀.
Duyun really has like two boyfriends in this situation. You have Yao Ibate who kills people. Does Duyun has any siblings, by the way? No, Duyun has no siblings that we know of. He never mentions anything. Like, Duyun has mentioned nothing about any of his family, so there's no reason to believe that he has any siblings. Duyun's message had not been sent out either.
서둘러야 돼.
He lifted Cell's body from the belt. He was heavy. Cell had looked so light when he was alive. It was the full weight of a person. Duyun pulled the body off the belt. Hashtag Sex Sounds. Duyun put Cell's cool arms around his shoulders.
됐어. 무대로 가자.
Surprising that he hasn't entered rigor mortis, but that takes like 24 hours now that I think about it. Duyun carefully headed to the door while trying not to lose balance. Hashtag Sex Sounds. Upon reaching the stage, Duyun laid Cell on his back. Hazy lights illuminated Cell's discolored face.
너만 왔어?
What, is it Hugh not here?
규혁이는?
He's supposed to be coming.
여기 있어요.
Oh, there you are, thanks. Hugh put Hesiod down and walked towards Duyun.
도윤아, 잘 왔어?
I mean, besides the fact that I know that you kill people, yeah.
아깐 뭐라고 한 거야? 세일이 옮길 때 뭐라고 했잖아.
이나야, 구조대.
아, 그거 내 전화야. 구조대가 연락했어. 못 받았지만.
나한테 다시 걸어서 내가 받았어. 통로로 오는데 실패해서 천장 쪽으로 들어온대.
Oh, so that explained the that also explains the opening at the end of Route B, where they, you know, they opened the ceiling, but you're never told about it, and it's just like, oh yeah, there it is.
금방 온댔어. 조금만 개기면.
Okay.
아이씨, 개 놀랐네.
The door to the central corridor disappeared behind the wreckage. Was the tremor growing stronger because the rescue team was forcing their way in? Or was it a no-man signaling the total collapse of the building? His heart had begun to race. The blood in my body violently raged like a tsunami. Hashtag sounds. Leon messages his stiff shoulder. Hugh, who had just came back from the back of the stage, held his hand. Gay.
괜찮아? 너 지금 완전 창백해.
이제 와서 기절하고 그러진 말아줘.
But I wanna.
아, 괜찮아. 갑자기 흔들려서 그런가 봐.
No. Actually, he was missing something. The thing he's seen and heard so far, the thing he already knew or nearly discovered, there was a certain inconsistency between them. Ian shook his head hard. With the rescue team just around the corner, maybe he was losing his mind. Please, narration, at least keep your pronouns consistent in this intense situation. All those little shards of memory which would disappear after the evacuation were bugging him. DC. The memories, conversations, photos, documents, father, and messages were all dancing around in his head. Hashtag text noises. His heart was beating fast. It felt like his chest would burst open.
야, 너 진짜 왜 그래?
And bad ending.
아니야, 아무것도. 왠지 가슴이 답답해서.
Happy first bad, well, second bad ending if you count the comedy ending. His heart stopped racing and his head stopped spinning in an instant.
곧 구조대가 올 거야.
야, 정신 바짝 차려. 더 죽고 다치는 건 싫으니까. 도윤아, 천천히 심호흡해.
Dugan put his hand on his chest and took a deep breath. The shards of memories began to disappear as if a light had been turned off.
이제 됐어요. 끝났어.
And now he can have a boyfriend who's also a killer.
다 괜찮을 거야.
Yay. The group moved closer to Duyun and nodded at him. Under such great strain and lingering anxiety, they had lost track of time.
머리 조심해. 위험해.
Duyun snatched Ina by the collar. A large steel frame came down crashing to the floor.
고맙다.
점점 더 쏟아져.
위를 봐. 빛이야.
With that, the ceiling came down. Oh god, I'm blinded.
물러서세요. 건물 파편이 떨어집니다.
Hi. Hyun plopped down onto the ground as her legs gave way. Hyun lowered his head. The watches flickered with a torrent of incoming messages and replies. He closed his eyes. It felt like he was caught in a nightmare, but the killing was still going on.
남았어.
Hyun raised his head and saw Ina.
살아남았어. 우린 살았다고.
그래. 이제 끝났어.
이대로 된 걸까? 정말 이걸로?
언니, 우리가 이겼어. 살았으니까 이긴 거라고.
Ina sounded as if she was casting a spell on herself. He felt extremely fatigued, as if he had run at full speed. There's nothing he can do, he just has to face what is in front of him. This will never end. A flood of tears gushed out. Out of indignation or sadness, Duyun himself was uncertain. He stood amongst the ruins under the thin light crying. Yeah, same. This has to end eventually. Probably like a stream. 1 month later. Duyun stood by the long corridor. Late afternoon sunlight shined through the window. Iona's reaction to that? He watched the clouds float by slowly. A month had passed since the accident, but it starts to have an edition show was to be continued. The stage collapse, casualties, suicide, disciplinary actions against the officials, and investigation. The unprecedented bedlam put the program at the center of national attention. Still, suicide. The police determined that he had taken his own life as a way of escape after his crimes were revealed. The unfortunate story of Seung Yoon Shin was presented as the tragedy of a genius producer. WBS didn't miss this golden opportunity. WBS declared the continuation of the show. To keep the dream alive for the deceased contestants, the viewers responded ardently.
이 정도면 잘 처리된 거지? 다 용의자 취급당하고 싶어?
Exactly as in Route B.
이쯤에서 정리해. 어렵지 않잖아.
Except for the suicide. CL's not real fake suicide that is actually murder. Dion decided not to join the show. He could no longer participate in the show. More importantly, he didn't want to. The protection measure and interrogation also ended by that time. He couldn't get in touch with Plughole anymore, who had been sending various messages until the rescue team came. You only get to meet him in the true end. A month had passed since the rescue. He could finally walk the corridor by himself without any help, which makes no sense in Route B, but makes perfect sense in Route A. Even though it's the same narration. After recovery, Yu Young sued the CEO of her former agency and the entrepreneur who had tried to solicit her. The ex-members of Belova began to voice their own opinions regarding the matter. Although some were not favorable to her, most people supported her brave decision. However, there was a rumor that most agencies were hesitant to sign her. They were trying to ditch this whistleblower. Yu Young didn't give up. He decided to join the 5th season of Bird Stars, which was scheduled to resume soon. The crowd applauded her and yelled in spirit that still shone through the tragic accident and the collusion of many agencies.
그게 네 선택이라면 어쩔 수 없지. 그래도 괜찮아?
네. 오디션에는 이제 안 가요.
Perfectly fair.
그리고 솔직히
Ah, she's looking nice. I like her short hair from the B route ending when we didn't like fully get her aboard, but it's good. She's looking good.
영희 누나랑 붙어서 이기고 올라갈 자신도 없거든요.
한도윤 다 나았네.
What's that supposed to mean?
상황 파악도 잘 되고.
Okay.
사이즈 나왔죠. 아시잖아요. 제가 또 판단력 하나는 먹어주는 거. 누나 같은 용기 저한테는 없으니까요.
The two of them fell silent for a moment. The murder at the scene, the others who couldn't make it out of there were still vivid in his mind.
그래, 조금 아쉽네. 네가 뭘 선택하든 응원할게.
Thanks, bitch. Young stared at Duyun for a moment. Her eyes were kind. Duyun choked up when their eyes met. He should thank her.
도윤아, 고맙단 말을 해야겠어.
Why are you thanking me?
같이 거길 빠져나오면서 날 괴롭혔던 것들과 싸울 마음이 생겼거든.
To thank him, he should thank her.
간지럽게 왜 그러세요? 붕대하는 글지도 못하거든요.
Damn.
젓가락 같은 걸로 어떻게 안 돼?
그럼 밥은 뭘로 먹어요?
Young smiled and lowered her eyes.
우리 다시 볼 수 있지?
Sure thing, bitch.
저 아무데도 안 가요. 아니지. 아직 아무데도 못 가요.
She picked up her bag that was sitting next to the bed. Young turned around at the door.
투표 해줄 거지?
Sure thing, baby girl.
병원 사람들 것까지 다 밀어줄 테니까 걱정일랑 마세요. 자, 누나. 얼른 가서 다 제껴버려요.
Good for her. He smiled and walked out the door. Duyun prayed for Young to achieve her dreams. Ina decided to drop out of the audition after getting out of the hospital, because she wanted to get some rest in a quiet environment.
붕대 감고 난리가 났네. 미라야?
You look almost presentable without the blue, you know, the blue eyes. Like, you look better like that. You're still blonde, which is terrible, but what can you do?
렌즈 뺐네. 파란 눈은 포기?
Ina blinked.
카메라 앞에 설 일도 없고 이제 생긴 대로 살 거야. 솔직히 렌즈 낄 때마다 눈알 빠지는 줄 알았어.
오디션 접었으면 이젠 뭐 할 거야?
또 바뀌어야지. 내가 진짜 바라는 모양으로.
Ina's confident eyes began to lose their edges.
사실 아직도 자주 떠올라. 구조되기 전에 마지막으로 있었던 일.
I find it more insulting that they didn't give her black roots considering her hair grew a bit. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, her hair is like a dark brown, but they should have given her like a little bit of a you know, which means she maintains the bleaching. Oh god, you're right, that's worse. Ugh. They could have given her some roots. It would have been a good look for her, I feel.
죽은 사람들.
The murder at the scene. After mentally shaken countless number of times, they barely made it out of that hell. The question if she was going back to Busan, Ina shook her head.
거긴 내 집이지. 근데 또 하고 싶은 게 생겼어.
Uh-huh.
뭔가 찾아낸 거야?
Yeah, what?
나 무대 체질인 게 아니라 무대가 좋았던 거였어.
Oh, you're gonna work on the... Okay, you're following Sales footsteps, I see.
공부를 해보고 싶어졌어. 무대에 대해서. 도망치느라 공부랑은 담을 쌓아버렸던 거 있지?
Ina stopped talking for a moment.
이런 마당에 뭐 덕담해줄 건 없냐?
As Doyen pondered what to say, Ina scratched her neck.
왜 멍 때려? 내 미모에 영혼을 상실했어?
방금 말에 어의를 상실했지.
Oof.
덕담하고 말 게 뭐 있어. 네가 바라는 대로 잘 되겠지. 스스로 찾아낸 일이잖아.
How is Doyen the most reasonable person in this entire cast?
그래 씨부릴 줄 알았다.
Ina turned around near the door.
돌아올 거지? 무대로.
Maybe.
갑자기 인터뷰 모드야?
널 위한 무대 내가 까리하게 만들어줄게. 울적하다고 잠수 타고 그러지 말기다.
내가 다른 뭘 할 수 있겠어.
그래서 얘기하는 거야. 그래서.
Okay, fair.
퇴원 기다릴게.
Thanks. Started to study performance production. Okay. Ah, well, at least she got something better for her life. Good for her. Just like that, Ina was gone, and she was forgotten from people's memory. Doyen sometimes thought of her last remark when he saw her last time. He wondered if he would ever get to stand on one of Ina's stages. His heart began to race whenever he pictured that day in his mind. Well, good for him. Snell's notebook was released to the media to stir up the community. The background check, exploitation, and the staff member who was harassed but mesmerized at the same time. There was an article about a publishing company contacting the family of the deceased. The company wanted to publish a book based on the story and the notebook in particular. The publication of the book was making steady progress while feeding people's criticisms and curiosity. One day, Doyen recollected a moment he had with Sal.
저기 제가 설 수 있을 거라고 생각한 때도 있었는데.
Sal had blurted out while watching a stage rehearsal. Doyen, standing right next to him, turned to see him.
그래? 베스타 해보면 어때? 아님 다른 방법으로라도.
Okay, but this makes no sense that he asked again, because like, this was during a rehearsal and he didn't know that he was a contestant by then, so... continuity error. Sal answered while standing at the stage.
알 때도 됐으니까요. 저기 서는 사람, 보는 사람 따로 있다는 거.
Doyen fell silent after hearing his self-critical remark. Could he have said something else back then? Dion sometimes thought about what kind of response would have been better at the time. Still, it wouldn't be possible for him to undo what he had done or what had happened to him. Everything had already happened. Worrying and speculating were for the living. The song Halcyon had performed during the final stopped the music charts for a while. The practice that he recorded on his smartwatch was also scheduled to be released after processing.
학폭가해자의 노래가 차트 상위권을 차지하는 세태에 비판의 목소리가 커지고 있습니다.
God, he looks ridiculous. His scandal with Seong Young didn't have any further impact now that both of them were gone. Even Sale's notebook didn't stop people from paying their tribute to the young talent. There was some criticism that the deceased were being exploited for profit, which they were. Now that the controversy was at its peak, Hesiod was the center of attention. The sad thing was that he was not in this world anymore.
이런 끝을 바라진 않았을 거 아니야.
Dion sometimes thought about Hesiod. He behaved for his own pleasure, threatened the others in rage, expressed anger and fear. One minute he was a sweet guy, and then suddenly he got all mad. Which was his true side. Dion shook his head. He knew it was hard to define a person's personality with a few words. Would he be able to get to know him more if he was alive? I mean, we got all of his rapport events, we did everything. He's just always icing this route. They thought they knew Hesiod, but he died leaving behind the mystery of who he really was. Yukuk decided to join the 5th season of Buried Stars. Then years kicked up the dust again. An agency even offered him a record deal. But he rejected all offers, saying that he wasn't fully prepared to make his debut yet. It didn't make any difference as he was already a mainstream star.
또 심각한 얼굴이네. 무슨 생각을 그렇게 해?
He looks almost normal now.
그냥 뭐 이것저것.
Also, I love that they're doing the Dutch angle. Like, all of the other characters, perfectly straight. This guy, Dutch angle, immediately, just to like drive it home that it's obvious that he's the killer. Like, just the Dutch angle. Look at this Dutch angle. This is a fucking Dutch angle if I've ever seen one. It's like, come on game, you're not even trying. Like, this is the most basic use of a Dutch angle.
형은 아직 여유가 좀 있나 봐. 맨날 문병 오는 거 보면.
Gay.
여유 있긴. 너 보러 시간을 빼는 거지.
Gay.
오늘은 좀 어때?
Dion touched the windowsill with his hand.
복잡해. 사람들이 그렇게 됐으니까.
I think they just wanted to show he's white. Okay, but like, again, that's the thing. All of the other sprites for the what's the word? For the epilogues, let's say. That would be giving them too much credit if it was intentional. The thing is, it's way too angled to not be intentional, is the thing. Like, Dutch angles are is one of the most basic techniques that there are. Like, everybody and their mother know what well, if you know a little bit of cinema, you know what a Dutch angle is. It's like, even if you don't know the name, you know the concept of a Dutch angle. It wouldn't be difficult to use a Dutch angle, and it's way too obvious with the fact that the other two characters are straight up. Like, their sprites are straight. Why is this guy the only one shown at an angle if you're not doing a Dutch angle? I'm just like, it's not like I want to give them too much credit, because if he was standing normally, I would give them more credit, because they're trying to keep it down low that he's the killer. And here's like, oh hey, do you want to know who's the killer? What about the guy in the weird uncomfortable angle that is not straight? You know what I mean? It's like, if he was straight, I could take it more seriously, because I would be like, oh, they're hiding it, they're not making it obvious. The Dutch angle is like, yeah, he's evil. It's a Dutch angle, it's to make you uncomfortable. The Dutch angle is to make you uncomfortable. It's used in horror movies. You know, it's a Dutch angle. You're supposed to feel uncomfortable. You're supposed to feel like that guy is weird. for some reason because he's in a dodge angle. Like, they're not even trying. That's the worst part. Using that dodge angle means that they didn't even try.
지금은 너만 생각해.
Like that's my issue. The dodge angle is not trying. If they didn't use a dodge angle, I would believe it. But the dodge angle is like, yeah, no, you didn't try. You're making it obvious. Okay, honey. But it is like Hugh patted him on the shoulder.
미안.
Yeah, I'm still bandaged, honey.
아니야. 내가 아직 다 낫질 않아서.
Okay.
얼마가 걸리든 푹 쉬어. 다 나을 때까지. 복잡한 머리도 풀릴 때까지. 내가 있잖아.
Okay. Duyan raised his head to listen to Hyuk. He was staring at Duyan with an affectionate eye. Gay.
우리 두 사람은 살아남았어.
Gay.
힘들면 기대해. 내가 언제든지 곁에 있을 테니까.
Gay.
도윤이 네가 구해준 덕분에 난 여기 있어. 언제까지라도 널 배신하지 않을 거야.
Gay and also freaky. See what I mean? Like that with the Dutch angle. This is like not trying. Like they didn't even give him a full standing sprite. This is so on purpose that is like not even subtle. Which is the issue, it's not subtle, it's very obvious. Like if you know anything about like scene and camera composition, it's... Are they gonna kiss now? I would hope! But they're apparently not, but they should. Beyond eyes blurred and tears roll down his cheeks. Gay. The faces of the departed friends glimmer under his eyes.
괜찮아.
Yeah, of course you're fine. You're the one who killed them. He patted Duyun on the shoulder again. Dude, my bandages!
서로 의지하면서 살아가자.
Gay. Duyun lowered his head and grabbed Hyuk's arm. Gay. The sound of the rattling window hit the walls of the steel hospital room.
도윤아, 딛고 일어서.
Don't tell me that. I know that you killed them.
내가 곁에 있을 거야.
Gay! His kind voice seems so distant. And it's called mutual reliance. Okay, game, I get it. Seung-yeon Shin, the chief producer of Beer Star Season 4. Her brother tried to receive the insurance money and compensation. But their Strang's parents appeared to claim it too. Their parents had gotten divorced long ago. The remaining family members quarreled with one another over the inheritance. Amidst all the conflict, it was newly revealed that Seung-yeon had been abused and neglected for a long time since she was little. The media predicted a long and messy legal war among the family members. Oh, so that's why she was a piece of shit, because she was abused and never did therapy. Okay, fair game, sure. Then the poor gossip about the tragic family history of the genius producer who died at an early age. Seung-yeon used to cook up other people's stories as she pleased to achieve her career success. What would she think of all the gossip about her now? Duyun was often curious about that. He shook his head to clear his mind. He raised his head to see the dazzling sunlight filling the entire window. Jackson sounds. He squinted as if trying to see through the sunlight. The sharp light stabbed at his eyes, head, and chest. Even the pricking pain couldn't erase the lingering doubts. Does it really sell? Has Cell really done it all? No, obviously not. Stalking, background checks, murder, suicide. I mean, the first two, yes. The last two, no. Yun schemed through Cell's notebook, memorized in his head over and over. His head was about to burst with never-ending questions, and he was barely able to stand himself up. And fast forward. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna, we're gonna have to go through this shit like 4 or 5 more times. I'm fast forwarding it. We saw it once with the bad end at the very beginning with the first run. Fuck that shit. Anyway, Yander match, bitch. Yaoi bait. The end, but it's a bad end, so fuck you. I guess. Normal end. Rush Verdict. Keep your sanity and bring up the right suspicions to Richard. I had enough sanity, bitch! Shut up. Anyway, that was one bad end. Fuck this shit. We're gonna do the rest next time and maybe start Route C and probably this is gonna last like 2 more streams. I'm so sorry. I hate it. I hate it. Like, believe me when I say that I hate it too. At least we did the comedy ending. We got it out of the way. I don't have to think about it anymore. Even though it was more entertaining than everything else. And also, why did Yaoi not kiss us? I think Yaoi should have kissed Uyun. Just saying. Bad job, Yaoi Day. Like, you go that far, you say that shit, and then you don't kiss me. Bullshit. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. We're gone 30 minutes over time. Tomorrow is something else. I need to clean myself emotionally, physically, spiritually. I'm literally gonna take a bath after I'm done with this shit. I'm gonna take a shower. Well, not a bad shower. I'm gonna take a shower immediately after finishing this. I need to clean the grime. I need to clean the emotional grime. But anyway, tomorrow something else. Friday we continue this shit, and hopefully, it's finished by Saturday. On Saturday, this should be finished. If we don't finish on Friday, we're definitely finishing on Saturday. I swear to God. This is... I think this is the second longest stream I've done, like, of a game. The longest one is Yakuza 0. On the bot channel, since I'm counting them, since I started putting things on the bot channel, this is like the longest thing beyond Yakuza 0, and it's a Yakuza game. I'm gonna become the Joker. God, I'm gonna become the Joker. I'm going insane. Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good day. Have a good start to your week. I don't know, like. Have a good Monday, have a good start to your week, have a better day than I'm gonna have, having dealt with this shit, and I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different that is not this thing, thank the Lord that is not this thing. Oh boy. God, I don't want it to be Friday. Bye everyone.